black power, 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 Back at it, the black land awakens with our backs off the mattress and attacking the pavements. Retrain where our brains went, no patterns can take that. Ain't waiting on payments, we after the payback. Dust off the rifle cause the mission ain't done yet. Hands a little tired but still no rest for the gun sweat. Perfecting the aim with each pull of the trigger. Miss right, we shift sights and pulling it quicker. We logging the chop logs till our power is up. The war just went live, now get them followers up. Don't have your browsers get stuck dormant all up in the comments. If it ain't raising performance, I'm sure it's training informants. Code of Kemet, restore fragments. Cross the atlas, force like stacked magnets. To pull back the blackness, keep a sharp backs, hard callous, and deep talents. Black power, return, rebuild, and rebalance. Black power, black power, black power. That's what we want, what we want. Black power, cause that's the aim, that's the aim. Black power, and that won't change, that won't change. Black power, a BB2, a BB2. Black power, that's what we want, what we want. Black power, cause that's the aim. Black power, and that won't change. Black power, a BB2. Remember every crime and dime, drop our snitches and traitors. Every womb that got raided as a dish for the gators. Strange fruits still hang when they sent to the cages. They gon' taste this bitter crop, watch them switch up their faces. We ain't chasing clicks, cause our drops go medicinal. Detox the cold, no scroll, scripts physical. Drain the cesspool, the lies that go viral. Unplug the algorithm and blues that go vital. The black gold standard is when black folks stand up. Control our black gold, show that flagpole banner till we off what they hand us. Cause we strong with the hammers and we all in Kentucky's crossing all up parentheras. This a call from the graveyards to all the brave hearts. The great who ain't afraid to hate what ain't ours. The cause over applause, yeah, that's the trade-off. A beat it to me, black power, that's the trademark. Black power, that's what we want, what we want. Black power, cause that's the aim, that's the aim. Black power, and that won't change, that won't change. Black power, a BB2, a BB2. Black power, that's what we want, that's what we want. Black power, cause that's the aim. Black power, and that won't change. Black power, a BB2, a BB2 me.
Myself, I'm very honored to be here as well as invited directly by as well, and I'm very glad to be here. I run a company called Cecil Global, which is called the Zillow of Africa. So our main goal is to bring trust, transparency, and financing to real estate in Africa. We operate in Ghana and Nigeria, and over the past few years, we've been operating since 2020. Our goal has been to partner with various institutions. So we work with various banks. That's how we launched a diaspora mortgage, or a mortgage for Ghanaians abroad typically. But we also work with FMD as well, who offers mortgages to foreigners as well. And then we partnered with several real estate developers as well in Ghana who we've vetted. And the main goal now is to bring that ecosystem together, work severally with various lawyers, and of course work with the various institutions here as well, and to build out an ecosystem where really we're checking the checkers, right? Ensuring that there's an ecosystem of trust and transparency that builds out the real estate space in Africa. We believe our real estate is wealth. And it's interesting, you can't live without water, you can't live without air, you certainly can't live without land. And so that's part of our proposition. So really nice to meet you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I go by the name Abigail Naira Lepo. Born and bred in Ghana, yes. I'm actually a student. I saw the flyer on a coin status and I thought it twice to come and observe what goes on. Thank you.
All right, although we want to make sure that we meet and greet and get to hear from everyone, I believe we are going to go ahead and start our program. So we will come back to the fine individuals on this side of the room. And again, welcome to the 100th anniversary of Black History Month program today with other panel discussions and emergency information regarding citizenship and also what it means to me. We will get started in just a few, and this is a very full room. I'm proud of us today.
Dr. Gilmore, you have a mic?
Yes, I do. Yes, I have a mic. I will. Mic check for those online. Can those online hear us? Can we be heard by those online? Yes, okay. And of course, yeah, can I get a copy of the resolution? You can also run the other in front.
Okay.
Yes. Abu. 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 All right, apologies for the bit of the delay. As you see, we were in the process of setting up. It was already mentioned that people can put their phones on silent. I'll get back over and do that myself. And if we can also do a moment of silence to begin and ground ourselves for today's activity and discussion. All right, and if we can briefly mention, we have media houses that are present. I know Atlantic Radio is here, Star, Metro, Pan-African TV. All right, Black Asset to do the coverage. So I want to give a shout out to our media houses. And as we get started, we wanted to go briefly over the purpose of convening. As was put out, this is an emergency town hall meeting. Originally, it was going to be a discussion about what citizenship means to me. But recently, we were privy to citizenship requirements. Recently, we were privy to citizenship requirements, and several organizations that are based here in Ghana that are comprised of Black Historic Diasporans decided that we wanted to issue a statement. That statement has been brought forth and has been distributed among those who are here. In terms of why this meeting is urgent, the newly circulated citizenship criteria, that there's a bit of an urgency regarding what we need to say and what we need to do, especially those of us who already have our citizenship. For many of us, we committed that once we got our citizenship, we will make sure to make that door stay open. As President Muhammad said in 2016, he said he's going to turn the door of no return into the door of return. But that is not the spirit in which we received those new requirements that were brought forth. So what I'd like for us to do is read through the joint statement and resolution, and everyone here should have a copy of that.
I have to pass it out, so.
Okay, so that's going to be passed out now. And as we're doing that, and as we'll read, it says draft resolution. This is not carved in stone, although it is representative of several key stakeholders who came forward. But there is still room for discussion.
If you really want to just show your hand out, what do you want?
And we're going to read through this together, so it's very necessary. Everybody has a copy.
Anybody else? You know, you need to. Oh, actually, sorry, that's.
And as it came to introductions, I've neglected to introduce myself. I'm Obinfo Obadele Kambon, Associate Professor here at the Institute of African Studies, where exactly 10 years ago, we had a series of meetings that culminated in the Executive Secretary to the President, Honorable Nigwe Sikwate, to come to one of those meetings, and he took back to President Mahama that we contribute a lot to society, but we have very little to show in the way of reciprocity, and what we were looking for is citizenship. From that series of meetings, together with Dr. Ahmed Maulana, the Executive Secretary to the President went back to President Mahama when he was voted out of office December 7th, by the 28th. His last public act, at least that we know of, was the restoration of our citizenship. So for a lot of people who think it started in 2019, it actually started in 2016 under President Mahama, which gave us a lot of hope that he's coming back. And some of the sentiments that he shared, some of which are quoted here, we expect that exact same spirit, and we're going to cover exactly what it is that we're looking for. So does everyone have a copy now? Yeah. All right. So I'll read draft resolution. And it translates to when your hand is inside, they do not eat and leave you out. Preamble. The Universal Pan-African Diaspora Coalition of Ghana, the coalition pursuant to Article 6, Section 4 of its Constitution, held a duly called emergency meeting on or about 1st February 2026 to address reactions, concerns, and fears arising from the recent release of Ghana's official citizenship requirements for the historically unique group that is us. This release represents a significant departure from prior public rhetoric, and if not properly reviewed, redrafted, and republished, risks a serious and potentially permanent rupture in the heretofore mutually beneficial relationship between continental Ghanaians. All right, and if we can have someone, we need our tech person to come and monitor our cameras in the direction in which they're pointing, which is why I was standing in the middle instead of at the podium.
Yeah.
And I'll continue from where I left off. Right.
Somebody better.
Okay. Heretofore, a mutually beneficial relationship between continental Ghanaians and the historically unique group. This resolution is issued jointly by the undersigned stakeholders and organizations, including the coalition and collaborating parties who contributed substantively to its drafting and substance, including DOR, that's Decade of Our Repatriation, Repatriate to Ghana, and the BB2 together with all additional endorsers and signatories, quote unquote, the undersigned parties. A, policy framing, targeting effect, and equal treatment. The criteria were presented under the heading, quote unquote, historic African diaspora, signaling that the most severe burdens are directed primarily, if not exclusively, at historic diasporans, descendants of the enslaved. The undersigned parties seek clarity as to whether comparable burdens, especially DNA testing and similarly onerous evidentiary requirements, are imposed on other long-resident non-Black groups who obtain citizenship in Ghana, including but not limited to Chinese, Lebanese, and East Indian communities. Requirements at issue as circulated. The circulated requirements include application form, birth certificate, passport biodata page, proof of legal residence, 2-year residence permit, police clearances from home country and Ghana, evidence of quote unquote strong ties to Ghana, which was undefined, DNA proof to support Ghanaian descent, 25,000 Ghana cedis application fee plus 1,500 Ghana cedis administrative fee. The same notice imposes a single location compressed submission window 2nd through 6th of February 2026 between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. at the World Trade Center Accra, followed by vetting, orientation, and an induction ceremony on 5th March 2026, with fees described as non-refundable. The undersigned parties assert these combined burdens, especially DNA, the 2-year residence permit, undefined quote-unquote strong ties, inappropriate fees, single-site compressed window, and non-refundable structure are beyond the pale of reasonability when imposed on the quote-unquote historic African diaspora and function in practice as exclusionary barriers. C, moral anchor, disenfranchising devices, reparations, and quote-unquote self-reparations. On 28 December 2016, that is to say about 10 years ago, in restoring citizenship to 34 members of the historically unique group, President John Dramani Mahama framed the act as moral restoration grounded in the horrors of the quote-unquote slave trade and Ghana's unique historical role, including turn that door of no return into a door of return. That is a quote from him. And also he said, I am giving back to you what rightfully belongs to you. Ghana's proverb confirmed that public moral commitments become binding obligations, which translates to you don't spit on the ground and then go back and lick it up. What you have put out, it stays out. And also, now I know I come to the whole camera, which translates to what you have spoken stands there and waits for you. Conditioning restored belonging on DNA proof functions like a modernized quote-unquote grandfather clause device. Facially neutral rules that in practice impose selective proof burdens to screen out the very group whose rights were at issue. The undersigned parties further note that Ghana's moral ground to champion reparations is weakened when repatriation is obstructed by burdens that defeat return in practice. DOR, that is again Decade of Our Repatriation, framed repatriation as self-reparations, a constructive, dignity-restoring pathway that should be facilitated, not fenced off by gatekeeping. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the undersigned parties authorize designated representatives to seek an urgent meeting with relevant ministries, directors, and the presidency, and to demand the following remedies, not exhaustive. 1, immediate suspension, review, revision, and republication of the circulated criteria with written definitions and decision standards. 2, removal of DNA as a prerequisite and elimination of exclusionary proof burdens inconsistent with restoration and self-reparations. 3, removal of the 2-year residence permit prerequisite, and adoption of accessible pathways for HUG, again, historically unique group applicants. 4, a published objective definition of quote unquote strong ties, and with transparent evidence standards, timelines, and an appeal process. 5, fee reform, including reduction/waiver structures and an end to inappropriate cost barriers. 6, expanded submission options, multiple locations and remote/online submission and reasonable timelines. Effective immediately, the convener/chairman, the secretary that is of the coalition, and this is dated 1st February 2026, with endorsements including the African American Association of Ghana represented here, DOR represented here, Rastafari Council of Ghana also here, Ghana Caribbean Association represented here, African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem represented here, Pan-Africanist represented here, Central Region African Descendants Association of Ghana, Craig, which is also here, Jamaican Affairs, Men's of Gathering, Abibitumi, Repatriate to Ghana, Habasha, Marcus Mosiah Garvey Foundation, the Divine Line Ghana, African Diaspora 126 Plus, all of which are represented here. And if there are any other organizations that would like to append their signature, the way is clear for you to do so. So I think at this stage, we will open up the floor for, again, the core concerns as mentioned. We also had talking points that were prepared that we can discuss. And we want to, again, clarify the issue for what we support and what we oppose. And I'll turn it over to Nana Akosia for any additional remarks.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Nana Akosia, and I am the current president of the African American Association of Ghana. But before we go forward, I want to make one correction that the Divine Nine asked to have their name excluded from this group. So I want to do that publicly. So thank you for that. And I just want to welcome everyone here. And I just want to say it's nice to see some old faces from, you know, something in Jamaica we say, old times are back again. So it's nice to have the African American community here with the Ghana Caribbean Association. This is the way it should be, and this is the way I remember it to be. So we all have to make a commitment to make sure that we continue to honor this. So before we go on any further, I want to say a special thank you to the Kwame Nkrumah Institute of African Studies for allowing us to use this space today. So thank you. We call him Nana, we call him Prof, we call him Dr. Campbell, we call him all kinds of things. But we want to say thank you today for making this space available. Also, I wanted to say thank you to, you did that, thank you. And we've been meeting for about 2 days now. Most of us, if you look at our eyes, my own eyes, so everybody here, all of the organization leads that have been on the Zoom calls at 2 o'clock in the morning. Again, when this criteria came out, we were bombarded with WhatsApp. My poor phone don't have no more storage. And I can't do the exercise of removing because it replaces. So all of our organizations were bombarded. As we know, this call to come home is a very serious matter. And for some of us, it's been a long time coming and it's a long journey. And we're not talking about individuals coming home. We're talking about families coming home. So it's not okay for 1 or 2 of us to have our citizenship and we're okay now. As Nana perfectly said, many of us have made a commitment that once we have our citizenship, it becomes our job to make sure that the others come behind us historically. So as we gather here today at the 100 years commemoration of Black History Month, I couldn't think of a better way to spend our time than to be here discussing our way forward. So give yourselves a round of applause again, a very loud round of applause.
If I may, we wanted to start with libation, but we were not prepared. As mentioned, again, if we can go to our libation now.
Thank you.
Yes. And this is going to be an interactive libation because at a certain point, I'm going to ask you to call the names of those great ancestors who you would like to join us here in this room as we commemorate 100 years of Black History Month. Ago. 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 Otumba already yoko control from family, a trouble to your amount to. As happy I put in a mom, as happy I would do out there most of my getting a baby. I wasn't there more often to give me money back about another problem for me now. Now I'm going down. Now let me tell you, man. I see you so far over the home. We have the at the fair part here, so we know the Muslim. You know, my summer for I said I want some for, one for some for, some for some for, I said you want some for, you want some for, I don't want some for, great want some for, one for some for. We know the Muslim. You know, my summer for you know, and you got a Mora, Mora, I'm not being. Please call the name of the ancestors you would like to be present for this occasion. Call to G. Woodson.
Marcus Messiah Garvin.
Benny Lou Hamer.
Malcolm X.
Queen Anne. Ida B. Wells. Yes, I'm too James Meredith Johnson. Megan. Ezekiel Way. Mama Wadasi. Sojourner Truth. Emmett Till.
We now and I said, and yet, but yet, there's no kind of conversation, there's no Indian answer, there's no opportunity for him, there's no putting, I don't need to be out there, there's no you know, say, and before, some find a moment by court to journal, say only now, some guys from you, as I said, the red knows I'm providing. They say, can be more for them on I mean, say, for your body of young, there's no piano in Saka, be out by I don't, that is rather for flowing as a madam. No way home, no get here, Chijapa, as I said, the true, say, yeah, Chijapa, and I do. And you know, home, when I see now, yes, I'm Gram or Monatica, my infra, my funky, my Kodimbu, my Wogas, not when it does, the Abamuenas or whatever. After the open doors, I'm trying to see a home. And if you are going for the outcome, and before that, I want to say, yeah, before we are married, and yet, yeah, upon the grand or then shit as when I say, about when I come down. Mom, be a fine, as I say, your blood tail of Brutry, my family, if you, as I say, if you. And see, my I will Brutry, says it, yeah, I know how, and I'm signing, I told you the hour of Brutreno and say, Pata. Yanam no more brother, and the years of Brana Chapo, and the moment don't be a crime again. When I from Modaluma. Mostrana, yes, I hate. Mostrana, and Pai Modaluma. Mostrana,
Okay, at this point, I would like to introduce some of the members of the African American Association. I am here with some of our board members, some of our board of directors. Mr. Maurice Cheatham, our vice president. Mrs. Norma. Hold on, wait. This is one of our board of directors. I'm also here with Jamil Brown-Schuler, who's our correspondent secretary. I'm also here, if you look in the back with the lady doing all the work. Tamika Atuba, raise your hand, she's our treasurer. I'm here with, we call her Dr. C, she's our financial secretary here. Wave your hands if I miss anybody from our board. Afi, I want to recognize you. Please stand up because you've been with us. Hey, I did. Yes, please. For so many years. So I also want to recognize the work that you have done in the past because part of you is the foundation that we stand on. So thank you. At this time, I also want to ask all of our panelists to come forward so that we can also make introductions. So if Okay, Mr. Kavoy Burton. We got your back. Mr. Yazid Mohammed, Mr. Razwan Ekwobia, Mr. Kashan Myers. And I'm also gonna take the liberty to invite one of our brethren. He wasn't on the poster, but he's here. So I would love for you to join us from the African Hebrew, African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem. Thank you. I'm going to turn this over to our corresponding secretary, Jamil Balshuler, so that she can facilitate the introduction. Okay, I'll just do that for you. So I'm going to pass the mic. What I would like for each of our panelists to do, if you could just go ahead and not only introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about how long you've been in Ghana, the organizations that you represent, and if your members are here, do feel free to ask them to stand and shout themselves out. So I'm going to pass the mic.
Good afternoon. My name is Boy Burton, and I'm the president of the Ghana Caribbean Open Sorry.
I got them to say.
Yeah, my name is Boy Burton. I'm the president of the Ghana Caribbean Association. I've been here for 6 years in March. So I've been here for quite a long time. Yeah, man. I came here to film, and I decided to stay here and make it my home. So yeah, my members are here as well. I can see some of my members right now standing, taking videos. Can my members please stand and say hi? The Caribbean people here. Wow, we go with that. Yeah, we go with that.
Thank you. My name is Yazid Mohammed, originally from Virginia Beach, Virginia. I moved to Ghana in 2009 with my mother, Rima Mohammed, who's an ancestor. We are situated in Akasumu, in the Akasumu area, specifically adjacent to the Roman Bridge. Originally, we had a business called Woodson, Africa, and we've had a number of businesses here in the area. And most recently, we have established. I became a citizen in 2019 during the year of return, and I established a business called Repatriation Consultations. We assist people in repatriating to our area, in the Akasumu area, provide day tours, provide accommodations, and a number of other services in case you're interested. And now, that's a little bit about myself. I'm also an author of the book called Discover the Akasumu Area, which based on tours and those that have never been to the area, where we have the Roman Bridge, the Akasumu Dam, the Walker River, as well leading to the Volta area, the Volta region. I'm married to a Ghanaian sister. We've been married for 13 years. I have 3 children. That's a little bit about myself.
Right, so one of the founders of the Rastafari Coastal Band, and presently one of the co-founders of Food Sovereign Ghana. My main occupation in Ghana is political, social and political activity from a grassroots level to a national governmental level. We are interested in seeing political transformation that brings the poor and oppressed people to power. Now, that's the doing one of the birth there. In 1961, to tour several African countries to pave the way for repatriation. During those times, we were calling for repatriation and reparation. So no accident that I'm here today. Give thanks.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Mr. Myers. I am the Executive Director of Habesha, a Pan-African organization based out of Atlanta, the acronym standing for Help Africa by establishing schools at home and abroad. I first came to Ghana in 2003, myself and my wife, and in 2004, we started a program called Black to Our Roots, bringing high school age students from America to Ghana to learn and reconnect with their history and culture. In 2016, I made the decision to leave America and bring my wife and 4 children to Ghana, and we've been here since. In 2022, we opened the Kwaku Ando Sustainability Institute in the Volta region, which is a research and training institute focused on indigenous sustainable practices from a Pan-African perspective. The goal of the institute is for and by African people of the transatlantic and Arab human trafficking, colonialism in all its forms. We also stand in solidarity with all of the panelists that our rights as African people and as African descendants to return home. And we want to make sure that right is given to all. I was fortunate enough to get citizenship in 2022. My mother received citizenship in 2024 with many others. So we stand on the shoulders of those, and we want to make sure that the path forward is as smooth as possible because it is our right. So we give thanks to be on the path. Give thanks.
My name is Tobenor. I'm a member of the African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem. I've been here since 2009, going on 17 years. I was blessed to be a part of the first group, Brother Aswad and Dr. Cambone. Some of us were part of that first group. I was blessed to get that citizenship at that time and dedicated myself at that time for all of our other members who would possibly seek to get that same blessing, to do everything I could to help and assist. We don't have any of our members here physically. We had another meeting that was already pre-scheduled, but we have several of them that are across the world that are tuned in with the link today. So we're here to make sure that every one of us is treated fairly as this process goes through. And we want to make sure that it's understood at the spiritual level how important significance this is in the history that has taken place and that is handled properly. So we thank every one of you who are here today to support the effort to make sure that that happens. Say that.
All right. I'm Obinfo Obalele. As you say, I wear multiple hats because I'm also coordinating the stream and making sure that Baba James Small is ready and he is ready. So I would like for him to actually go first once we add him to the stage. But I am Obinfo Obalele. I'm associate professor here at the Institute of African Studies. As I mentioned briefly, that the entire citizenship initiative really had its birth here. And I want to give a shout out to one, Honorable Nikwesi Kwate, who is the Executive Secretary to the President, who made our concerns manifest to President Muhammad at that time. Then also to an elder who is not here, that is Dr. Ahmed Maulana, who invited Honorable Nikwesi Kwate to come to the meetings that we had. And from there, that is how everything that we now know as citizenship in Ghana, including the 2019, including the 2022, including the 2024, including this upcoming one, it actually had its genesis through President Mahama, as well as the ripple effects of other countries that are doing similar things, including Benin is now doing citizenship, Sierra Leone is now doing citizenship, Guinea-Bissau, Burkina Faso has things in discussion, but all of that really started under President Mahama in this very building downstairs. So from very humble beginnings, many things can happen. I am the lead organizer of DOOR, Decade of Our Repatriation. My co-organizer is right here. This is Nataki, my sister, my biological older sister, actually, who is, people don't believe it. But so DOOR, Decade of Our Repatriation has been endorsed by the Office of the President. And in that same spirit of President Muhammad's speech in 2019, he said that he's not giving us anything to restore our birthright, which is why we were shocked that once President Muhammad was back in, that the very first declaration that we hear runs contrary to everything that he said in his initial speech. So I will pause on that as one of the panelists. And if we can have Baba James Small, added to the stage. And if you can go first, and then those who are here can go in the order as on the program. Oh, okay.
Quickly, and thank you all panelists for your excellent introductions. As you all can see, we have a wealth of knowledge, exposure, and experience here in Ghana. And thank you to all represented organizations for being here today for our important discussion. With that, I have one more. Me? Oh. My name is Jamil Brown-Schuler. I am the corresponding secretary at AAAG. I initially arrived in Ghana in 2021 to 2023 under the U.S. government. Now that they have changed the trajectory of my foreign service career, I am back here living as a private citizen and also equally interested in citizenship at this point. And I would also now like to have Ambassador Millie Tucker please introduce herself. We have a few more esteemed guests in the audience that we need to hear from before we can miss them.
Greetings, everyone. It's very good to be here, to see so many familiar faces, and to see it's been a long time. I am Ambassador Millie Tucker of the State of the African Diaspora. As Dr. Trump mentioned, we were a part of the push for the 2019 citizenship. Dr. Malana had holes in his shoes. There were no Ubers, there were no boats. We were taking church boats to the Flagstaff House. We did it for free. We didn't charge anyone. Dr. Malana received his citizenship through Honorable Muhammad, and he said, I will not rest until the rest of my people get theirs too. So we are for this purpose. It's very emotional to see so many people coming back, especially with the political environment that's going on in the States right now. So we want to make sure that they are welcome, not imposed, not, I won't tell you how much I paid for my citizenship because you'll get angry. But it was such a small amount. But thank you for honoring me. I always try to hide. I get pulled to the front. I like to work. Let me work behind the scenes. I'm not here to be seen. I'm here to get something done. And that is my goal. If I can help one person along the way, then I really will not be in pain. God bless them.
And thank you so much, especially for being here to provide a historical perspective and to help guide us through. Now I would like to, okay, we have two more introductions to the topic. Thank you.
Hi, greetings. I'm Nataki Kamban, co-founder of the DOOR Initiative Decade of Our Repatriation. I am also the first historic diasporan to become a licensed real estate broker in Ghana, because as and Kala, who's sneaking behind the computer there, who's now going to be a real estate agent, because as we have been helping people over the years, we recognize that land, I heard it several times, land ownership is problematic, has been problematic, and that whole concept of bringing integrity back to this industry so that not only do we have citizenship, but we have pathways to free and clear land is important. But I'm a business consultant. I came in 2019 and stayed, and I co-owned a restaurant with my 18-year-old niece, Chef Amma, and I am the older sister of Obenfo and the daughter of Baba Kamal Kamban and Mama Malia Kamban, who assisted Obenfo with the libation. Happy to be here and very grateful for AAAG.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction. And the final introduction today, well, not the first, yeah, oh. Okay. So.
Okay. Everyone, hi. My name is Nana Abusia. I just wanted to speak so before we turn it over to our Papa James Small. And I've been in Ghana over 23 years. I first came to Ghana as a Fulbright scholar where I was studying gender equity and STEM. So mostly I'm an educator, I'm a licensed school superintendent in the state of Massachusetts, Maryland, and Georgia, back in the States. But I've made Ghana my home. Right now, I'm a school administrator or official, soon to be in Kumasi. I'm in between jobs. So I'm the former director of admissions at Academic City University. Academic City University now is the charter. And then I'll soon be, what they say, I got a big administrator in Ashanti region where I was living in for 15 years before I came down to Accra. I used to come to African American Association meetings once a month. I used to take the VIP bus. I used to come to the WBB, the Voice Center, and thereafter go across the what is Golden Tour. I used to come watch apple pie and French fries. Because back then, it was the only time and the only place where you could get. We had on the run. Y'all know we had one single restaurant on the run. And then for apple pie and ice cream, I can only get it at Golden Tour, which is down at Lancaster. So I just wanted to tell you that I've been in this space for 20 years. I became a citizen in 2019. I believe I applied right after I got mad at him because I was like, why you didn't call me for citizenship in 2016? I was hot.
You did call every single one.
Yeah, so I was in between. You know, when you gotta go back, I had a son that was in high school and I was hot. But ever since watching them, I was very inspired. And I became an understudy for Ambassador Lily Tucker and Dr. Malana, and I was able to assist in some capacity, starting in 2017 with the 2019 citizenship. And we've been burning the midnight oil ever since, and we have not stopped. And so we all can come home and get free. So with that said, I want to turn it over to Nana. I'll turn it over back to Jamil, then to Nana, and then you can introduce our Papa James Small, who is ever ready, ever ready, ever ready.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I love it that there's no single stories. There's so many stories in this room. Just a question for the panelists before we get started. Who all has citizenship here? All right, we have the right people on stage. We're officially certified to move forward. All right, Dr. Kamala, can I give it back over to you?
Abu. And to my lovely wife, Kala, can you make it full screen?
Hey, lovely wife. I like that.
Lovely and talented. I'll give more adjectives to get more points. But I'm going to give a personal introduction. So this is Baba James Small. Some of you will know him. Anybody who has internet access should know him very well. That he is a noted historian. He was actually one of the elders of my rites of passage as a young man. And he is an esteemed scholar along with Baba Leonard Jeffries. He came under fire for positions that were taken in New York. But he has been a staunch Pan-Africanist. He is a noted historian, multidisciplinary scholar who fights on behalf of African liberation. He's been to my home many times, also, including here in Ghana and then also in the US. So I won't give so much time because I know that we're running behind, but I want everyone to know that he is someone who is near and dear to me, who I've known for decades as somebody who is staunch, who is forthright in fighting for Black people throughout the entire world. So with no further ado, Baba James Small.
Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, so thank you so much, Obenpo Obarale Cambone, and my love to your mom and to your sister and to everyone there. Today, anytime we celebrate ourselves is a good day. Okay, it's a good day. And we're talking today really quick about Black History Month and Dr. Carter G. Woodson and what all that should mean to us today in terms of, as you say, how we move from celebration to implementation. I wanted to just do a couple of sentences. I've been getting calls from all over the world about this new strategy from Ghana concerning the citizenship of diasporans. And I think it's something we should take serious, because I think the government need to walk that back. I think they need to walk that back. This $2,000 plus plus your airfare, plus the short time span they're talking about, plus the fee and some of the other things in that proposal. I don't know who came up with that. It makes no sense. I don't think people understand that we as Africans in the diaspora, and we are refugees. If we want, we can step before the United Nations and sue every African nation to whatever degree that they're complicit in us being in this refugee genocidal situation for 500 years. We have not taken that approach. We have come home as family with all forgiveness in our hearts and tried to find peace and unity. And so I think they need to understand, do not declare war on us. That's not righteous. We have done well coming home to Ghana and to other places. And we can sing, I'm the Pied Piper. Come follow me to Nigeria. I'm the Pied Piper. Come follow me to Tanzania. I'm the Pied Piper. Come follow me to Kenya. I'm the Pied Piper. Come follow me to Rwanda. But we're not saying that. We've made the focus Ghana as the gateway to Africa for a purpose. Kwame Nkrumah didn't just walk among us and slipped out. He became a part of our understanding, and he took a part of that understanding of the struggle of African peoples, especially in the United States, back to Ghana and factored that in. He took many of us home with him at that time, who some still alive, who was there when he became the president. He was a close comrade to one of our greatest historians, Dr. John Henry Clark. And the year of return is getting a lot of glorification, but most Africans who are settled in Ghana got there before the year of return was even started, because there were other people and other programs and other instances trying to say, come home, starting with President Rollins and other presidents, and as well as President Rollins and other presidents, President Mahama, who made the big step when Bartolé was working with them along with others to open up the citizenship. I remember when we first talked about citizenship, it was at the occasion when we re-entombed Nkrumah. And I was asked to go to the radio by Kojo Takata before it was put on the ballot for the very first time, where it was voted down. So we fought together to try and create a fusion of return. And so I hope the government reconsider their position, so that their position on how we become citizen in Ghana is made possible, because we are serious about returning home, and we've proven that in Ghana. We are serious about bringing our resources home. We've proven that in Ghana. I've owned a business there, $1 million business in Ghana for over 21 years. And so we know what we're doing. We're not just playing. We're not trying to play on Ghana. We're really trying to come home. Give us a real opportunity to do that, and a real pathway that don't have obstacles in our way. I don't know why the vote went down the way it did. I don't know why that large amount of money was put on top. I hope the American State Department is not a collaborator in pushing us toward this. And I must say that because sometimes we ignore the fact that we are at war with these people, and that war will not end until we win. And we haven't won yet. We've won battles, they've won battles. Now let me come to today on why I came to this invitation to talk about one of our great fathers who was born in slavery in 1875. Well, slavery had just ended. His pops and his mom was enslaved. And Carter G. Woodson was born in Canton, Virginia, to them, worked in a coal mine as a young man, and was still able to go on to college and get a master's degree and a bachelor's degree and a PhD degree, and focus from the very beginning on the restoration of African history. Because we got to understand, history will erase the mystery. History isn't a bunch of dates. History is the very memory of the activities of your ancestry. Let's do that one again. History is the very memory, right? The very memory of the activities of your ancestry. So if you don't know your history, You can pour all the libations you want. You're not in touch with your ancestry. You must know your history to be in touch with your ancestry. And Carter G. Woodson pushed that for us very heavily. 100 years ago, in 1926, he began African History Week. 50 years ago, that became African History Month, celebrated around the world now, because it opens the door to us looking at our ancestors and said, Mother, Father, what happened to you? Who did this thing to you? How can we learn from what you did in responding to this crime against you? Mother, Father, how did you do all the great things you did before the genocide started? How did you create the great civilizations? How did you create the great kingdoms? How did you create societies where men and women honored each other, where we raised our children to be goddesses and gods in terms of character? African culture isn't just dancing and music and theater performance. Those are tools of culture that help to explain the fundamental principles by which human beings should live together to live in harmony and balance. Culture is your fundamental education system. Your fundamental education system. It is culture, when known and practiced and implemented, that protects the people from genocide. Culture protects you from genocide. And the degree to which you lose control of your culture is the degree to which you suffer an economic genocide, political genocide, social genocide, cultural genocide, psychological genocide. Culture is the tool that heals you, because within that culture is your medicine. Within that culture is your intellectual concept of the universe. And so we've got to be very clear. And Carter G. taught us by understanding history that we must return to building our societies. If you look at some of the work, we think of him just as a writer, but this guy was one of the most radical political activists in North America at his time. He jumped on the NACP, and because they wouldn't get it right, he left them. He wanted them to not just be here doing little issues there and there that the whites were guiding, liberals were guiding us to do. He tried to get them to organize the Black community block by block, but the NAACP leadership was opposed to organizing the Black community around things economic, political, and cultural. And so we really need to study Carter G past just the fact that he's the father of Black history, but we need to study the work that he did on the ground when he was here. You know, very early, 1916, he founded the Journal of Negro History, creating a newspaper that would inform us of the history of our ancestors, not just at the borders of America, but our ancestors in the great Mali Kingdom, our ancestors in the great Ghana Kingdom, our ancestors in the great Kemet, our ancestors in the great Congo, Angola, our ancestors in South Africa. We're one of the most extraordinary phenomena on the planet Earth. There is nobody, no people, no race, no institution that can stand toe-to-toe with African people in terms of what we have done in terms of a historical experience on the planet Earth. Nobody. And we walk around bowing our heads to the lesser beings who are the architects of our genocide. And instead of looking to our mothers and fathers and looking and see the great temples, intellectual temples, spiritual temples, scientific temples that they've created. And then the other thing we have let go of, and Carter G speaks about this, he speaks about it as he goes in a heavy attack on the Black church. No one before him or since have gone after that church the way he did for their impotency and misguidance of Black people. So we need to study Mr. Woodson. He's a hell of a brother. And that spirit is still alive. But one of the things he was making clear, I use the term sacred science rather than spirituality, African sacred science, which is the study of the core scientific elements of the universe. African sacred science is the mastering of cosmology and ecology and how it affects our behavior today and our interaction with one another. And we created institutions. When we created institutions where we can use the term of Woodson, We can use the term nane and nyami. We just think they're words, and we think of it in the same way Christian thinks of Jesus and God. That's not how we should be thinking about it. We need to study what was the thought construct our ancestors put into place so we can understand what we meant when we said nane and nyami. What do we mean? When we say, oh, we know they are Bosum, it isn't just somebody dancing with powder on their faces in a dance rhythm and drum beats that you can go and celebrate. And no, it's beyond that. The dance and the dancer and the akompo that brings this energy forward also comes with a scientific message that should penetrate your very soul. So you begin to understand what you have to become to be an African. And you're not going to become that without African culture as your primary education system. You're not going to become that without African sacred science and spiritual institution as the engine that guides you. And history will inform you of where to look for these things. So Nelson Carnegie was a hell of a liberator, a hell of a revolutionary. And he told us that in many of his discussions that we had to deal with land, we had to deal with labor, we had to deal with resources. And now we have to interpret a lot of that on how do we develop indigenous industry. We don't need anything Europe got. Necessity is the motivator for inventions. We've got everything we need. We don't need to go to Europe for resources, natural resources. We got all of that. You know, that's what economic means. Economic means to develop the wealth in your environment. Politics is the management system of the wealth. It's not running around making speeches, riding in motorcades, screaming through the city with motorbikes in front of you with sirens on. To be a politician is to be a manager of the wealth of the environment of the people for the people who live in that environment and that ecology. And right now, our wealth is not being managed worth a damn in Africa by those who are supposed to be the managers, meaning the politicians. And that's because they're not guided by the culture of Africa. They're not imbued by the sacred science spirituality of Africa. And without those two elements back into the core, because those are the things that protects you from genocide on all levels. And unless we bring them back into the core, we're not going to win this war for a long time. And we can win it almost overnight. We just have to turn our back on Europe. I always call it divesting ourselves of all foreign ideas and concepts. Yes, you will borrow from the world anything you have to. And when we borrow from Europe, mostly we're borrowing from ourselves. There's hardly anything critical in European society, from the way electricity is used, the way the GPS is constructed, the way the computer is constructed. We gave them all of the stuff, all of the technology. 90% of the technology that makes the West came out of the brains of Africans in Europe, on the continent, or in the diaspora, the Western diaspora. And we had to take credit for our contribution to even his civilization, because without African contribution, he would have nothing that even borders on a civilization. And so we just have to be clear. This is supposed to be brief, so I'm going to make it brief, but just be clear that when we talk about Black history, we are talking about the memory and the experience of our ancestors. The only thing greater than the divine itself is our ancestors. The thing next to God itself is our ancestors. And it is their memory, our history, that guides us in our next step. So remember, from the history, we need to understand we must control economic, politics, and culture and the sacred science wherever we live, so that we'll be able to provide food, clothing, shelter, safety, and security for our families, our children, our women, our community, our neighborhoods, and our nation. And that means we must get control again of our land, get control of our labor, and definitely get control of our resources to develop the indigenous industries that'll be necessary, from medicine to how to build automobiles. We can build automobiles. We don't need Europe to build an automobile. You know, we can build our own freeways. We don't not come to Ghana. I'm watching all the Chinese engineers on we don't need them on we were building freeways before them. Now, if there's some new technical skills and we need to borrow that skill from somebody, we pay well for the damn skill. Teach us the skill and get on the damn plane and go back home to your land and leave us be. To build for ourselves, to do for ourselves what we are now begging for. And so I bless the opportunity to be with you for these few minutes. I hope my message has some inspirational point in it. I love you, I love you because you are me and I am you. So thank you.
And thank you so much, Nana Professor James Small. I mean, he truly dropped a plethora of pearls of wisdom and inspiration to us. I think my favorite is learn your history to be in touch with your ancestry. And with that, I will turn it back over to Dr.
Nana, before you start speaking, you need to be a rabbi coach.
I sent you the statement online, just for this.
Because he needs to speak now.
Abu. Abu. Amen. Abu. Amen. So a lot of us are familiar, a lot of us are familiar with the year of return. Has anyone ever heard of the year of return? Very good. Now, in the year of return, there were a lot of narratives, and I actually ended up writing a paper that won the Provost Publications Award for the best publication in the humanities, and it was entitled 400 Years, Ancestors Disappear. And basically, it was going into the idea that anytime you start your accounts of enslavement at 1619, you erase the memory of over 500,000 Black people who had been enslaved prior to 1619, including in what would eventually become the US and beyond. And that's why, because the educational component is missing, right? When you hear about the first Black people to be enslaved, I did a talk on DW, and it was about was the year of return, a boom or bust or so forth. And in the comments, you could see a lot of people who were saying Noah was kidnapped. Like hundreds and hundreds of comments. It has 500,000 views, there are hundreds of comments, but they're saying no one was kidnapped. Everyone was sold. And I said, the primary sources don't agree with you. Because if you read a text by Zurara about the Chronicle of Acts in Guinea, it gives actual names of those who did the kidnapping and their state of mind and their direct quotes of what they said when they decided to do the kidnapping starting in 1441. There you had a man named Antal Gonzalez who was sent out by Prince Henry the Navigator to get steel, skins, and oil. And he decided as a whimsical thought, wouldn't it be a great idea to bring before the face of our prince the first captives? And he brought a Black man and a Black woman back to Portugal. Everything that we're talking about now, retrospectively, as transatlantic enslavement, started with that idea. Because after Antal Gonzalez in 1441, you had Lázaro de Freitas, right? You had Nuno Cristal, who then decided to bring 200. And then from there, every year, there were 100. And by 1502, you had Juan de Cordova, who sent the first Black person across to the so-called New World in 1502. And for those who are keeping track, it's 1502 before or after 1619. Very good. And everything, we think we know why people are focused on 1619 because that centers the US. I was born and raised in the US. What I call the United States of America. But I don't censor the US, I won't exclude the US. But I don't look at the US as the ATM that everything has to be centered on because they're the ones who have money. If we're interested in truth, if we're interested in righteousness and ma'at, then we'll look at other places. So for example, we can look at the US, for example, so 1526. So here we are in 2026, but by 1526, you have the first revolt of enslaved Black people in what was called Spanish Florida, right? Anybody here born and raised in Florida? Ever been to Florida, Disney World, right? Florida, right? So the reason why we're not all speaking Spanish is because those Black people rose up and whooped the behinds of the Spaniards, right? I call them the Spanish. whipped them so bad that they had to leave behind what was going to be the first colony and the first major, stronghold. They whipped them so bad. That's in 1526, right? So that's something that, we could talk about that. But then again, in 1626, in the 17th century, you had a man named Mendoza, and he actually decided to go to the Vatican. This was a royal of what is now known as Angola area. He decided to go to the Vatican in order to sue for them to stop enslavement altogether. We're always told how those who are on the continent were complicit. How many of us are aware that they actually took the court to the Vatican, who had given divine mandate to enslavement through papal bulls, Dum Diversis, Romanus Pontifex? He said, the Pope said, Nicholas said that slavery shall be perpetual enslavement. That was a brand new idea, that your children for millions of years would always be enslaved. That's the Saracens, the pagans, the Mohammedans. That's you, Black people. So he decided that let me go to the source of the divine justification for enslavement in order to get them to stop enslavement. And what he was able to do is those who had been enslaved under false pretenses, because there was a man named Silva in Luanda who was saying that what he's going to do is he's going to stop taking tribute and all the things that Black people have been paying tribute in before. And he gives a list. He said, previously you were bringing chickens, but by the time you reach the coast, many of those chickens are dead. Some places don't have palm trees, so we're not taking palm oil anymore. Other places don't have wood, so we're not taking wood anymore. And he says, and that is the reason why, from this day forward, you have to bring tribute and enslave Black people. This is how they were able to transition from kidnapping wholesale, like they were doing in 1441, to now getting Black people to enslave other Black people. And you can read this, right? There's a good book by Professor Nafafe that goes into the primary sources of the things that YouTube commenters have never heard about. They're too busy following and liking to read books. 1726, again, 2026, we're not just focused on the US, you also have the Natchez Revolt, right? In what was known as Spanish Florida. In 1826, you have the Quilombo. Many of us in Ghana have heard of Nana Yasantua, right? Yeah. Right? Now, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Nana Zeferina. This is a woman of the Urubu revolt of the Quilombo in Brazil. A woman who led the rebellion to whip that right behind until they relented. Eventually, she was captured, much like Nana Yasantua. But again, this is something that ties in a Pan-African way, places beyond just the United States as the one who has the money and then the ATM. That's 1826. We could look at 1926, as mentioned, Negro History Week, launched by Nana Carter G. Woodson. Now, in other news, we are 60 years, and just recently we signed an MOU with the Black Panther Party because this is 60 years since the founding of the Black Panther Party in 1966. This is 20 years from the founding of Abibitumi, and those online or on the Abibitumi platform. So 20 years of counting. This is 10 years since the enslavement of Black people was commemorated in our return by President Mahama, as he said, that what he's doing is restoring our birthright. That was 10 years ago. And now 2026 marks the decade of our repatriation and the spirit of President Mahama himself. Not those who decided to put all of these requirements that no one could ever do. It reads like a comedy sketch, like literally. If you told me this was a Dave Chappelle show, she said, yeah, you also gotta have DNA, and then also you gotta hop up on one foot, you gotta be able to jump backwards, you gotta, it reads like comedy, but there's nothing funny about it. You understand? So on that note, I will pause, but I want us to know that this is
No, you can't pause because this year, the African American Association of Ghana is 435 years old. As of October 1991. So you should have started with.
I should have started. Sure, sir.
Sorry, y'all, for interrupting, but this is our 35th year, and make sure you save the date for October, because we are going to be celebrating just like we did when we turned 30. All right.
Also, 1926, you have Liberty University, about the UNIA. Okay, they're ready online, so I'm not stalling anymore. But I want to say this because we also have a standing MOU. I'm also the ambassador for the UNIA, that's the Universal Negro Improvement Association of Nana Marcus Garvey, of which my great-grandfather was a part. That this is now 100 years since the establishment of Liberty University. So we have quite a few dates. We're not going to focus only on the US, but this will be giving out many educational, let's say, lessons, so that we can come and we can learn about all of the things that make this year historic. And this decade of our repatriation, this is an entire decade that's been committed to by the Office of the President for us to be able to come home. And it's in that spirit that we're holding this town hall. And that's myself. Thank you.
Rabbi, can you hear us? Hello, can you hear us here? Rabbi? I believe you guys are on mute. Thank you, audience.
I can hear you. Thank you.
All right, clap for him.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Rabbi.
All right, thank you very much. First and foremost, let me give all honor, praise, and glory to the Supreme Creator of the universe, the one by whom we live, move, and have our being, and to the spirit of our great African ancestors. I greet all of you with happy Black African History Month. I want to thank the organizers for setting this up. I want to go straight to the point because unfortunately my time is limited here with you this afternoon, but I'm speaking in behalf of the Universal Pan-African Diaspora Coalition on this very urgent and pressing matter that has been brought to all of our attention. Needless to say that the coalition, as we are commonly known, has been at the forefront of this citizenship issue since the advent of this Fourth Republic. From the time that we started advocating during the time of former President Rollins, right up into the time through each successive administration. We find that our current president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, first responded to our petition via his former Executive Secretary, Kwesi Korte, when he granted citizenship to Mama Rita Mali in 2013. And at that time, we felt that that was just symbolic. It had not touched our community. So we advocated continuously with the lead of our ambassador at the Diaspora African Forum, Ambassador Erica Bennett, as well as the Diaspora Coalition, as I said, and the body of our organizations, until we finally, in 2016, on my birthday, December 28th, 34 of us were recipients of the first group allocation of a hug into our citizenship era. And I think all of this is important because, as was expressed earlier by Dr. Combone, in quoting the words of His Excellency, we feel that he has been in spirit, certainly an ally to our aspirations as the Hug Diaspora in restoring to us what was taken away by virtue of the history that makes us unique as a people. And I think that it's important that we clarify the hours that we put in over the last 72 hours around strategizing the correct language, a proper language that would be able to engage government via the Ministry of Interior and members of our community, its leadership and representatives, so that we can look at how these provisions for the requirement of citizenship can be brought more in conformity with the spirit and continuity of what we have been enjoying throughout the years. The issues have been raised around now a price being put on citizenship itself, whereas in the past, it is only required administrative fee as part of the reparative justice that's been afforded to our historically unique group in a spirit of brotherhood and fellowship. And so we see that there's been a departure from that tradition this time to actually put a price on it, as if we've come back to the commodity system of buying back what was rightfully ours and taken away from us illegally. And then we also find that introducing the idea of DNA to confirm the already spiritual DNA that runs through our blood and is confirmed in us as African people, where we don't have to use some mechanism of a man-made machine to confirm what we already know the Almighty has confirmed in our melanated skin and our melanated DNA to say that we are the people from Mother Africa. And so we realize that that is also an offense to our community. And we don't mean to be offensive, but we mean to be responsive to any offense that is perpetrated against our community. And so we also realize that when we've had multiple invitations through multiple administrations, and we just come back off of the eve of a summit, Diaspora Summit, that continues to invite us back home and make provisions for us to make our way back home, that there would be a provision of a 2-year residency requirement before we be considered that you can sit at the family table in the dining room legitimately. So these are issues that our response has requested a immediate meeting to be able to resolve these issues so that the members of our community can comfortably go through a system of requirements that actually makes them feel that we are family and we're returning home. We realize there must be standards and laws in governing a nation, and we are in compliance with that, but it must be done in the proper spirit of fairness and the proper spirit of fellowship and the proper spirit of taking the lead of how we repair ourselves as a family, as we have our own president. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is carrying the flag for reparations before the world for the offense of slavery and colonialism against African people. And so certainly we must set the standard amongst ourselves and how we treat one another in terms of repairing our own condition without waiting for anybody else to put their hand in our business. So in the best spirit of fellowship, reconciliation, and to amend our own wounds as a people, we are pleading with the government via the Ministry of Interior to address the concerns that we have raised by scheduling an immediate meeting that we can sit down and reason together as family, and to come up with something that we are all proud of that complements the beginning and the sustaining of a relationship that has a long history with it. So in that respect, we want to plead with all of our people to give a chance for the response to our request for a meeting. A request has gone in from our ambassador and also from this body led by the Diaspora Coalition and its other allies of other diaspora organizations and associations that are represented in the statement that has been authored and confirmed by the listed members on that document. So in that respect, when you hear from us as a body that we have concluded our meetings and we have been satisfied in the cordial discussions and the amenable resolution of the issues that we've outlined, we will gleefully update everyone as to the way forward and the green light to be able to take advantage of the offer that the government is offering to the HUG diaspora. Because the resolutions have been read, I wanted to make those comments because it wasn't clear to some what is our action, and that's why I make mention our action was to ask people to desist from the process until we have an opportunity to meet and straighten these matters out and to give the clear signal that the way is clear.
Rabbi, can you hear me? Rabbi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now,
okay.
Yes.
Would you be open to 1 or 2 questions from the audience while we have you on?
Yes, specifically to.
Any questions? 1, 2, real quick. No questions? We crystal clear? Going once? Okay.
I have one.
Hey. Okay, you and Maurice. I got the two.
Brother Rabbi, how are you? This is Maurice. Can you hear me?
I'm fine, thank you. I can hear you.
Hi, I had a quick question. I was at the Diaspora Summit. I had a question as I asked the crowd, what does the Ghanaian government consider the diaspora? And you know, me and you talked about this because you know we're not included. And how long is leadership and who's our leadership going to be as a leadership competition? Because I see you standing next to me, and these things are basic. I made a statement I called they knew the citizenship was coming through before it was through this room. So I just question this process, and that's why I'm sitting around startled because we just talking.
Thank you. Thank you, Maurice. Rabbi, that was a question.
That was a statement.
Oh, hey,
yeah.
Wait. Rabbi, you can go ahead and respond to his statement.
Yes, because the voice was breaking up, I wanted to be clear. I know that our brother Maurice is always on point with asking relevant questions about clarifying our status and how we are perceived and seen as those who are returning from the diaspora, many times other than family. And so it's an important question, and why we must continue to interrogate that question through the statement on this platform and any other platform that we have. But I am at a little disadvantage because I didn't hear clearly the whole statement in order for me to respond in full clarity as well.
So the government of Ghana has defined Ghanaian diaspora as the Ghanaian diaspora is not made up of only Ghanaians who trace their origins to Ghana, but also other people. This is again according to the diaspora engagement policy. And let me read it. It says, but also other people, particularly people of African descent who have interest in Ghana, of the relatively stable and peaceful democratic environment the country enjoys. And it also in the philosophy of the engagement policy, printed page 77 of the PDF, it says diaspora includes Ghanaians who are migrant and are resident outside Ghana. It includes Ghanaians born to Ghanaian parents, either one or both living outside Ghana, described as second and third generation. And then this is us, descendants of enslaved Africans and all persons of African descent who have historical and cultural ties to Ghana and also have interest in Ghana's development. So diaspora should include us. When it comes to policy, I think I see parts of your question.
Yes, in that respect, I agree fully that one of the challenges that confront us is that now we have decisions and policies being made that relates to the historically unique group that we don't participate in at the table when these matters are being discussed and the policies are being formed and concluded. And so we have two offices of diaspora affairs, one at the office of the president and one at foreign affairs. But in neither one of these offices is there any staff or any committee that involves the historically unique diaspora in the deliberations and the speaking and the communication so that we understand each other. We need to have an opportunity to talk to each other, with each other, not just about each other and around each other. So in that, we have to continue to make sure these definitions fit us, that brings us closer together and does not separate us even in the language itself, how much more the spirit.
Greetings, Rabbi. Give thanks for joining us. This is Brother Katan from Habashah. Quick question for you. You kind of answered it, but were you or any other leadership given any heads up on this policy? Because it seems that many of us and specifically, I don't think incident that we just had a young brother that had over 50 million people. Within the next day or two, we got this policy. Many of us asked the question, was this for the Ghanaians or was this for those who are outside of Ghana? Because now these eyes were on Ghana
opportunity to capitalize on it. So I don't want to think the whole negative, what's happening. But was it coincidence? We give thanks to Brother King and highlighted Ghana, and at the same time, those of us who've been here in this work should be considered. So with this one, giving a heads up or knew about the policy before it was announced to the world a few days ago. Thank you.
The short answer to that is no, because we've been asking for criteria for some time now via our communication with the Diaspora Affairs Office of the President in particular, and they too were not informed because the criteria comes from the Ministry of Interior. And so we were all informed of this criteria at the same time through public announcement. And that's why I make mention that if we're at the table together, represented by committee or any other way, we could work through these things. We can give forecasts and warnings, advice, and everything. But no, we were not given the heads up to these policies, and that's why we've been up overnight trying to think of an appropriate response immediately, so that before things went into action and people began to respond tomorrow, that they had to hear collectively from our leadership and from those who have been historically in the forefront of some of these issues communicating. We have been communicating, trying to get information, but this criteria was released at the same time for everybody. And so that is the situation that we're in. No, we didn't have that heads up. I know some of you may assume that because some of us have had a historical reference to communicating, which we still established, but this criteria was not released until Friday. And so we're responding to the immediacy of this release.
I just want to add, not only did I succeed attract 50 million people here, it was also citizenship. One particular sister, the loose and kind of that's why he just came here. He did citizenship just like that. And that became a really debatable thing because it was the recommendation of Board of Mine that said what he did. And I voted against it. I thought his contribution is more than maybe us to have actually have reason to get, you know what I'm saying? But did he have to pay the same stipulation? This is something.
I just want to say for the record, his mother is Ghanaian. So we're not talking about. And I just want to say that he has another pathway that is different from historically unique Afro descendants. So I just want to, I don't want to take anything from my grandmother, but I don't think he should wait when his mama from me. I mean, thank you for your question.
Yes, we did. All right. All right, Corey. Can you hear me?
We're going to open it up in a minute.
All right, Corey. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my question is that we have gotten citizenship, most of us in here. We have gotten our citizenship. But are we utilizing that citizenship from a constitutional standpoint? And the reason why I'm asking this question, listen to Rabbi Cohen say that, oh, we asked them for this information, we asked them for this information, and they are not giving it. Yet still, there's a law in the country that gives you the right for any governmental institution or individual to give you information that pertains to the nation and people. So are we utilizing the Constitution as citizens of Ghana to our benefit? Or are we seeing ourselves as a small group that have to pay and go down on our knees to get whatever we need to get. I think we need to move beyond that. We need to recognize that we are real citizens of Ghana, and we need to do the constitution to address a lot of things, these issues. And I would say the responsibility should be on those who are lions coming from the diaspora community. We need to lead in those directions with thanks.
Okay, I think there's a couple of questions on the board. Nana, are you okay with opening up? Because that's why we're here. Before I go, everyone here had an opportunity, all the citizens here had an opportunity to introduce themselves, right? Yes. Okay, thank you. So there's a question back here. Okay, what about on that side? Is there a mic? You saying right on? Okay, I appreciate that.
It's a quick. I've not got a question.
It's a statement.
It's merely an observation.
Okay, thank you.
So here you've got a draft resolution, and you got 6 points. And from what I see, I went to the diaspora's office, and I went down there, and they said none of the groups are included in that. I'm just telling you what it is. It's been floating in the groups, so it's no secret what I'm saying. What I'm saying now,
I'm sorry, can you be clear? You said you went to the.
I went to the diaspora's office at Jubilee House.
Okay, I'm sorry. You say diaspora, the office of the president. Okay, thank you.
I went there and they said none of the groups are affiliated with this process. We're not affiliated with any group. That's what we
affiliation.
So previously, these groups and legal groups would be involved with the government in order of.
No, we've never been involved.
You've never been involved with
my knowledge.
The Ghanaian government.
It's always been us advocating, and I'm sorry, I have some elders in the room that can speak to this, other than myself. So you finish your observation, and then I'll allow the elders to speak from facts.
So when we went down, they had mentioned that when the actual diaspora's office of the president said we are not affiliated with any groups, you have to come and put your name down yourself in order to get. Is anyone else witness this? Okay, so we're clear. Okay, cool. So I was just saying that my observation is the inclusion of all groups when you do this draft, you put 6 points. There needs to be a 7th point. And the 7th point is we need to be included. And I'm bringing this up quickly now because of what has just been said to Cohen. It's been said that we're not at the table. We're not included. The 7th point here needs to be that we should be included because this is about us and all of us in there. But it's not just about them. You understand? So I want to make sure that's clear. That's the 7th point and it's draft resolution for it. That's my humble observation.
That's an excellent observation.
Just really quickly, if I can speak to that. So we have a 9-page document, and that's one of the core points of the document. We actually cite President Mahama's speech in 2016, where he said that he's restoring our birthright, where he says that he hopes it will be mutually beneficial. So the things that he said, this is a publicly facing document. He said if we give all 9 pages, that 1, it will be very difficult for people to digest that, and 2, it would finish all of the toner in my machine. So that is the core point, and from that point, the epigraph that is written in Chi and Sawa is coming from that point, which is that if your hand is inside, they don't eat and leave you out. That we said we want a permanent seat in any type of discussion that involves us. And we look at the other side. Many of us are, well, all of us up here are Ghanaian citizens, but we're all coming from the historic diaspora. Imagine if we sat down as a body and made decisions that are relevant to those born and raised in Ghana, and there's not a single person born and raised in Ghana in that decision-making body. There will be an outcry, and by the same token, you have, entire worlds going over taxation without representation, which means we're going to take money from you, but when it comes to actually you having a voice and a seat at the table, then we're excluded. So that's one of the core points that is in the 9-page document that we intend to submit. But again, not everything is in this Word document. But I appreciate the observation, because some people may bring up points that weren't included and that we may not have thought of, but that was one of the core things that we did think of.
Can I state as well, please, in addition to the observation, that there's one thing that's really concerning, and it is this mainly, that in getting Ghanaian citizenship, you also acquire dual citizenship. And as we're all aware, that dual citizenship usually means that in order to have representation, you need to relinquish citizenship of a former country before we would even consider including at the table. Right? I don't know if that is what is affecting us in terms of having a conflict of interest. Yes. So I think we need to look at that as well. And it's also the thing that was hovering around the legislative, right, concerning the Homeland Return Act and the Homeland Return Bill, which never came into existence at any time. So we need to revert to that, so we are included at the table for discussions. And I think that's the sticking point that we need to get over.
Thank you. Does anybody on the panel have a response to that? Okay.
Again, I just want to bring a little history to help us understand where we came from, where we started. We actually, as Reverend Cummings said, during Rawlings' time, they were all bidding for citizenship. The opportunity came, as Dr. Campbell said, when Lee Quincy Corte was the secretary to Honorable Muhammad, that opened the door, and Dr. Muhammad, they kind of squeezed the 34 in. Nobody believed that they were going to get citizenship, and that's why people were angry. It could have been a lot more than the 34, but they just didn't believe it. So once that happened, we began lobbying. Listen to my words carefully. Lobby for citizenship. Dr. Campbell opened up the campus like he did today, and we met every Sunday at 1 o'clock, a whole panel of us. And we would meet every Sunday to strategize how we're going to get citizenship, how we're going to get citizenship in 2 phases, the amount of money that we bring into this country, and that Ghana has more slave ports than any other African country. When we went to the Diaspora Office of Affairs at that time, it was in the Honorable Director of Woodson. And we met with the Deputy Director, Nadia Domi. They literally did not, they were like, shh, dear with headlights. They didn't have a clue what we were talking about. They didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to make us citizens. They just were like, okay, it sounds good. What do we do? So we literally, MOF literally printed up our own applications. The government didn't do that. We printed our own applications. We started making a call to the diaspora. People started sending them in, and as Rabbi Capone said, my little prayer was spoken. It was spoken because it had never been done. So we actually lobbied. Once we took this information to the Diaspora Office of Affairs, they had an idea on which way to go. But every organization, I want to make this point, every diaspora organization was required at that time to register with the Diaspora Office of Affairs. So just like many of you are representing here, we all were required, but they never went through any of the organizations. They all called us, they made the decisions. They told us to come get what they decided, and they told us what to do. It's always been like that. And it's they even approved half of the 252. That's why you have 126 plus. We approved 100, we submitted 252. They only approved 126. 2 to 3 years later, they approved the other 126. They didn't even tell us that they were doing the ceremony. I called Honorable Bobbio and I was insulted. I said, we started this. You didn't even tell us you were including, I remember being, and I'm finished, I remember being at Flagstaff House for a meeting. I had typhoid fever. My daughter begged me not to go. When I left Flagstaff House, I was in an ambulance on my way to 37. That's not to pat myself in the back, but I'm saying that is how hard we have to fight. We have to fight for this. What was given to us. It wasn't given to us. It wasn't given to us. We have to fight, we have to talk, we have to lobby. So that's what the little bit of history.
Okay, really, there was a quick question. What is right of abode? How many people, raise your hand if you've heard of right of abode? Does everybody here understand what it means, or we keep hearing it and we don't really know? So I think that's important for us to explain really.
So right of abode is, of course, not citizenship, but it says that you have, similar to permanent residency, the right to come and stay in Ghana without a definitive end date whereby you would need to leave. And it means that you don't have to deal with visa and so forth and so on. Before we started the citizenship initiative, that is what had been accomplished. And I remember Mama Imacus, she actually brought an entire folder of all the things that had been happening, along with Bihankra, along with others who across the 1990s. And Dr. Maulana, also we have a video online where he goes into how right of abode came up, but essentially it's a step below citizenship. I never applied for right of abode. I never applied for permanent residence. I never got a non-citizen card. I consider that to be an insult to get a card that says non-citizen. Fortunately, I didn't need to because I was able to get citizenship in 2016. But for anyone who is interested, you can look up right of abode, the history of how it came about, but right of abode is not the same thing as citizenship. With citizenship, there are certain things in terms of lands. There are certain things in terms of what you're able to do, in terms of business setup. There are certain things that are accrued to citizens that are beyond. Most people just think about passport, I can travel, but there are certain rights and responsibilities that citizens have that those who have any of these other gradations, whether it be permanent residency, residence permit, work visa, all of those things are different.
Okay, thank you. There's a couple of questions here, and I'll turn it back over to you. One of the things that I would like to say is everyone here, you have a right or you have an obligation to do research. Just like when people come to the US and they don't understand our history and they don't understand our struggle and everything we've been to, but they're able to benefit from our ancestors' labor, free labor, 500 years of free labor. When we come into this space, it's just not about where's the form to apply for citizenship. I paid this money and I need citizenship. I received an email, and I'll use it, a young lady, and she sent this to the government. She said she paid $50 for membership fee in African American Association of Ghana. That's our annual membership fee for anybody that lives outside. She wrote a letter to the government that she paid $50 to get her citizenship. And we, the we Triple AG, as it was advertised, they wrote me a letter that our organization is suspect because we advertised it and we didn't get it because she got the same letter everybody knows now, January 15th, everything was closed. And this was the message we received. And God being so good, our treasurer took her time to take the young lady to everything. But these are some of the comments that we get that make this complicated. Because now the government will say, Triple AG is over there selling citizenship for $50, and we got it right here in the email, and one of your people told us. They're from foreign, and they don't understand anything about what's going on here on the ground. And I understand it. Sometimes we don't know what we don't know. But sometimes we're our own enemy. There's a group of people people that have not slept in 72 hours. They're among here, just trying, we don't get paid for this. We don't get paid for the data that we use, we don't get paid for, and all of us are doing this in some capacity. It's not just we. All of us are providing services because some of us, we grew up in the diaspora to give back. That's also a part of our culture. Each one, reach one, teach one. So my point is that each one of you here have an obligation to learn whose shoulders you stand on. One of the things that the president and I have been trying to do, I'm always asking questions. Mama Luna, what was you guys doing in 1991? How did AAAG come together? What was Ghana Caribbean Association doing? How did it come about? Who were the founders? You know, and then I spent one whole year saying, what are our needs? What is it that we want? Sometimes that becomes a whole 10-year research plan just to get us in a room to figure out what are the 3 points. He said 7 points that should be on this paper. Even the 6 points that you see, how long did it take us to come up with those 6 points? And it was one of the best ways I felt that we could have spent 100-year celebration of Black History Month. We on the Zoom trying to figure out the way forward. That's what we're supposed to do. So I just want to say to each and every one here, you have an obligation to do the research. Find out what happened before we got citizenship. It just didn't fall out of the sky, just like now. And I love it. We're living history. We're living history. It's painful to get a letter that says you can't apply and everything closed January 16th. And then you call me and said, well, why would you send this form out if you knew we had told us? We didn't know. We got a message on the 26th. You had to form that day. Kaboy and I, we working together because we're going to kill this narrative that we don't work together. Kaboy, there's a call. Get on the call. Stop what you're doing. Okay, cool. Tell me about me there in 5 minutes. We working together. We not having. We killing all that narrative. It's 2026 and it's time. So you have an obligation to kill the narrative. Anything that says we are not working together is not true. Don't participate in those discussions. Me, I'm going to go radio silent on you. Get away from around me if you're not talking unity in 2026. And it's going to take some give and take. It's going to take some give and take. So to the Cambones, I say the Cambones because there's 2 of y'all, 3 of y'all sometimes on the call. We was pushing back because the elders, the elders, they come from a different time. And I know some of us, we need doing that. We tired of waiting. We got a different energy. And so we still, and then if you come from the Caribbean, hey, your whole movement is different. Everybody knows. What's wrong? Everybody knows. The energy is different. So, but I want you to know it's been a give or take. We had to give a lot in that meeting. Did we not? And we had to stand down a lot just to make sure that we all go together. That's very important. Sometimes we're not going to get it our way. You understand? So I want to turn it back over to you. But my thing is, we have an obligation to do the research, to learn whose shoulders you stand on and what's the history that came first. Because this thing didn't drop out of the sky. And yeah, some people are going to get off the plane and they're going to benefit. I don't get mad at them. Their ancestors already did it. I'm not gatekeeping. They ain't do that nigga. They sure didn't. Girl, they got citizenship. And I'm over here, their biggest cheerleader. They sure didn't. Because you never know what their grandmother did. This happened in 2025 where the hip hop people came in. And they got citizenship. But nobody knew who gave us the great grandson of Marcus Josiah Garvey. So why he got to do something extra? Everything that his great grandfather has done. So you don't even know who people are sometimes. So exercise grace, and it's over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, I just wanted to make a brief comment specifically about the right of a vote, and then also before more questions, we have all of these panelists who are citizens who can answer questions. So I want to make sure, in addition to just general comments, we are directing questions to the panelists so that they can answer. But I was going to point out that related to citizenship versus right of a vote versus all these things, what was brought up is there are different amounts of time that you have access to quote unquote own land. So whether it's going to be 25 years or 50 years or 99-year leases on land, citizenship matters. So it's not just voting rights and all these things. We mentioned that with the new laws that come into play starting January 1st, 2026, whether you are a citizen or not, will not just impact land, but for those of you who are business owners, there are a number of things that impact how you operate your business in Ghana. So I just want to make sure that we recognize that citizenship goes beyond this, and when there are barriers in place to citizenship, it impacts how we're being asked to come back, because we're being asked to come back and bring our money, bring our businesses, bring all these things. But if you then have all these barriers where you can't, and then who are the people coming, it just creates that imbalance, which is what several people spoke to. Does any other panelists want to speak to that?
And giving all praise to the Most High, I just want to put forth an appeal, because as Nana Kosa was making the point earlier, this is the 100-year anniversary of Black History Month. So there's a concept that I would love to ask Rabbi Cohen about this if he had taken one more question. But in the Hebrew culture, there's a concept called the Jubilee or the Yovel. How many of us are familiar with that? So the Jubilee concept is tied into the whole idea of reset or restoration or return. And those of you who are in real estate, you know that the Ghana law set up on the 50-year contracts that at the end of the 50 years, the return of the land goes back to the owners. And it comes right out of the Hebrew concept of the Yovel or the Jubilee. But the Jubilee is not just limited to the return of land. It's also encompassing the return of those of the family who have gone into bondage to be able to return back home, those who have been sent away to be reunited. So the house of the Jubilee being the house of the president, I would just like to put forth an appeal, because this is a double Jubilee for us in our history as 100 years of history. It's a double Jubilee. A Jubilee is 7 times 7, 49 years, and that 50th year is sacredly hallowed as a year of restoration, return, repatriation, and liberation. And we're empowered by that. And also, I wanted to say for us, as the African Hebrew Israelites of Woodson, this is our 50th anniversary here in Ghana. So, it's definitely we got empowered by that. So I would like to appeal to the Jubilee House to make this a Jubilee year for us.
All right, Brother Kishon.
You made a good point that I want to just echo on. You know, we talk about citizenship and people ask, you know, why do you want to get Ghanaian citizenship and be here? And we talk about the residency, right of vote, etc. And what I tell people, there's actually a cost or value that we can put in some ways on citizenship. And I explain it this way. If as a non-Ghanaian citizen, I want to start a business and have 51% ownership, right? Majority ownership. I have to bring a certain amount of assets to the table, upwards of $1 million. If I want to be a minority owner in that business, 49%, I have to bring to the table an asset of upwards of $500,000. Myself and my wife received citizenship in 2022, and we went to set up a LTD, a limited business, a consulting business. It took us less than $200 US to obtain that business. So how much is this? What's the value of the citizenship? Between $500,000 and $1 million. And as we said, that creates a barrier, because many of us live in the West. Yes, as Mama Anuku said, some of us may be looked at as dollar bills with legs, but many of us don't have that type of capital. But we do have capital to invest. We do want to return and invest. And what we know, as we were speaking about the hip hoppers, I remember when Dr. Umar got his citizenship, this was like a surprise citizenship ceremony. And it was so nice. But then afterwards, people posted on social media about 20 or 30 Lebanese getting their citizenship, literally. And what I was told, they rushed Dr. Umar them out of the building and said, hey, y'all go out real quick, so they can let the Lebanese people come in and get their citizenship. Right. So I think as much as we want to exercise grace and patience with our Ghanaian brothers and sisters in government and leadership, we also have to make sure that we respectfully push back, because no other group is bringing in the energy, bringing in the resources, bringing in the momentum and highlighting Ghana. And I mentioned earlier about this youth I show speed, which was a very powerful statement by this young man. So in no way do I want to discourage what he did, but it shows how quickly he was able to get granted citizenship and a passport. So there's no process that it has to take so long, right? So I think it's important that we advocate for ourselves. As much as we want to be a part, we do have to stand and say, this is a right that we have. It's not just something you grant us, because we're also bringing in a certain level of value to the communities in the country. So we give thanks for that.
We do have people online who also want to make comments. There are a number of people online who've been.
I recall in 2016 when the organizing was going on here, and we also organized some meetings at my end in Akasuma.
Excuse me, can you give your mom a shout out who's with us that was also part of that process?
Thank you, Miss. But my mother, Brenda Muhammad, yeah, Brenda Muhammad, who was also who was key part of the people. So I couldn't come and attend some of the meetings because I was running our business, but listening to some of the dialogue and things that she talked about, and when Dr. Crazy Faulkner came to our place and had hosted a meeting there, a big issue that the Ghanaian side was saying that we were not organized. We didn't have a person or individual to sit at the table. There was this group from Cape Coast, there was this group from Jamaica, there was this group from America, there was this group. So, as his brother mentioned, who is coming to sit at the table? That is something, maybe as you talked about the young energy or the new energy that's part of it, maybe you all can organize yourself and say, okay, well, this is Rabbi Kohen. I wasn't part of the meeting, but I'm just saying, whoever the coalition is, it can't be a coalition at the table. It has to be an individual that will speak on behalf of the movements. So if it's going to be a vote for who's the person that's going to represent the rainbow of the Black diaspora, fine, then we need to put it to a vote. But just to say, we all working together. When the time came and Dr. Kwesi Faulkner was standing there, this brother was arguing with him, this another brother was shouting on him, this sister had another issue, a personal issue like an email that's misinformed, and people come to me also through my business, repatriation services as a consultant. They ask me why I want to get citizenship. How do I get citizenship? Just like this brother said, I spoke to the Diaspora Affairs Office of the and he told me that all of us don't have a representative. The only way you can get citizenship, you yourself, the individual, has to go to the office. Nobody can ferry your letter there. Nobody can ferry your application there. However, it was the Ministry of Confusion that carried my application, and that's how I got mine.
And I would push back on that a little bit because that was a public line, but meanwhile they did go to individuals and groups and organizations, and that's exactly how citizenship was happening. It was the opposite of what was said to the public. But we do want to also allow. Okay, while that's coming back up.
Okay, I have a question here. So I think what we're gonna do is take some questions from the audience. I see 4 people. I see this person.
There have been people online who've been waiting.
Are they ready?
So
yes, it's up on the screen now. So one of the questions is, have the diaspora organizations considered merging? And so I can answer that question. Right now, we are individual organizations that fall under the umbrella of the Diaspora Coalition. If you so decide for that organization to become a member of the coalition, as the president of AAAG, I came to lead that process where we pay a membership fee to the coalition. So in this particular case, it was easy as this program, as this concern arose, it became easy for us to assemble quick because we was already under the coalition. It was just a Zoom call and the work started. So if people are interested, I feel it's a good start. We should be under the coalition and people should become members. And the coalition has its own constitution. There's some requirements that you must meet to be a part of the diaspora, of the Universal Pan-African Diaspora Coalition. It's been here for some time on the ground. We have leadership that got years and years of experience. Collectively, we got over about 500 years of experience in that particular group. So I think it's a good start, but we have merged technically under that umbrella. That's the answer to that question. Can I take one question from the floor and we go back to the thing?
Gina, coming to you and Dr. Stephen.
Sorry, shalom everyone. My name is Nakami of Israel. I do have a question speaking to the elder who talked about the Constitution of Ghana. What I've come to notice is that there are two constitutions in Ghana. There's the Ghanaian Constitution, the way that Ghanaians have naturally been doing things, and there's a written constitution that many are not even following on their own that are Ghanaian citizens. So where do we go to find out what we actually need to do as citizens? Because we do have a responsibility. We have to know how we attain ownerships for guns or things of those sorts, so we can know what to use them and what not to use them. But when we go into these issues, we're finding that that's not what the Constitution says. It says this. Who is going to clarify for us as people coming back into the country what our laws are? What is the Ghana Constitution consisting of, so we can know how to move within the system? My other thing is, in terms of the way that we've been getting a statement, the other thing is, I think there needs to be a little bit more unity, because some people are facing similar issues and there's no solution to it. The main things are land issues, disputes over, rigorous things. What can we do to come to a conclusion so we can be okay while living in the country as citizens?
I want to speak to that. So thank you for that question. And then if anybody else on the panel, you want to speak to it too? Okay. The issues that you mentioned, the indigenous continental Ghanaians have the same exact issues. They are not issues that are exclusively for Afro-descendants. So one of the ways that we can do is, whatever community you're in, begin to immerse yourself in that community, know who your local leaders are. If I ask any of you who your district assembly person was, would you know? Some people would know, a few of you would know, but you need to start, every one of you have a district assembly person. But we come and we move into our community and then we become an isolated island. And many of you are not even really kind of registered with an organization. You just kind of come, you do your own thing, and we normally only get involved when there's fire on the mountain. When there's a death, when there's this issue, when there's issue, we have to now use our resources, and you're not even a member of our organization. So this thing works two ways. You got to pour into the community, and then the community kind of pour into you. Not directed towards you directly, but this applies to all of us. And I know because I get them called at midnight. We get these calls, and we got to figure out, we're looking for people. Why they live like 20 miles away, you got to take a boat to get to the house. We just asking you to check in with us. Be a part of an organization, whether you want to be active or not, but be on that roster. We ask questions like, who's your emergency contact? If something should happen to you, what would you like us to do in that case? This is why when you go to our membership application, there's so many questions. And sister, I promise you, just last year alone, we must have had about 6 people transitioning in our community. And then many of them are not members. Then we were discussing, did they get murdered? Did they have health issues? Did they have this? Did they have that? Their family is called from the States. And sometimes people are not connected to their people at home. We have some people that have been transitioned for some time, and we're still looking for their kin people. They're sitting somewhere, and if people keep calling us, we have no information on them whatsoever. So I just wanted to say, to answer that question, we are not different than the Ghanaians that live here. And those of you, you are seeking to become a citizen. One of the first things you can do is to become immersed into your own community. Hacho, Pam, East Legon, La Paz, Dodowa, wherever you are, you need to know who your local leadership is. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the way we're gonna do this going forward, we're gonna take one question in the audience and then we're gonna take one online. So we're gonna go to an online question. But I did want to also say that with the decade of our repatriation, we addressed that at one of the recent meetings, and I do invite everyone to go to decadeofourrepatriation.com and sign up. And it is connecting a lot of these dots. I know there's an MOU with COSI, there's an MOU with other organizations, because there's one thing to have the policy side, and to the point the sister made, how do I, in real life, in real time, get practical information and get connected to some of these things? So please go to decadeofourrepatriation.com. I'll also give a number you can text for more information, and I can send the link. So it is, if you have your phones out, it is 024, it's a kind of number, 024-353-0110. That's my number. You can just text for that line information, because we have a lot of information going out about, especially the questions are always about land and what do we do, and protections, because a lot happens with police, a lot happens with a lot of things, and people have a lot of questions. And so I'll share the link. The last point I'll make on that speaks to what Brother Kashan said. We had a meeting a few weeks ago talking about people who wanted to invest. Oh, the number again, 024. Yeah, 024. Just put decade of our repatriation, and I can send you the link. But we had a meeting, and because people have options to invest or do capital placement. That's a big question that people have. And before we talked about some of the options that I was sharing, GIPC, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, came on. And people were very excited about all these opportunities. We're going to hear from the government how I can invest. And they were like, yes, when you come in with your $500,000, and when you come in with your $1 million, and immediately I was getting text messages like, wait, I don't have it like that. What if you only have a couple $1,000? What if you have $100,000? And so there is a gap between the way that we are seeing and the cash cow thing and all that. And so the bridge is coming, and I'll just leave it there. But we'll take the online question. This brother here had his hand up a long time ago, so we're going to go to him after the online question. And it's from Niadi Everett. Does the government have a deadline to respond to you all's meeting requests? What should we do in the meantime? Anybody want to answer it? I guess I can answer it from the meeting. We said, who should answer it? Nana? Sorry. No, please.
So what was discussed in the meetings online included that what our recommendation was. Our recommendation was that all diasporans should boycott the process until we get that meeting. We didn't give them a timeline, but we know that they are working with a timeline of March 5th. And when I went to the Diaspora Affairs office last, they said that they plan on working 6 days a week, and evenings on, weekends and so forth in order to deal with this. But that was the consensus that came out of the meeting, is that no one should go down, and that would send the strongest signal. If some people are like, oh, well, I'm just trying to get mine, then it's not going to be as strong as if we say, you know what, as a community, this is what we feel about what has been, put out there. We're not on board with that. And unless we push back, then it's just going to be like, well, this is what we think, can be done. This is what, so forth. So that was the consensus that came out. We should boycott in the meantime. We did not give a deadline in terms of that meeting date, but perhaps when we meet, we're going to meet again this evening, that can be put out in the 9-page document that hasn't been shared with the government yet, but it could be put in there so that we have something that we can report back to you on.
And can you clarify the boycott of the new things?
That's not boycotting citizenship in general, but these specific requirements. They said between the 2nd and the 6th, from I believe it was 9 to 3 at the World Trade Center. Everybody's supposed to bring their 25,000 CDs. plus 1,500, plus DNA tests, plus retina scans, plus your great grandmama, nose hairs. No, sorry. I just remember. But all of those things, this is what came out. Now, again, we can't force anybody to do anything. And for some of us, we have citizenship, so we wouldn't even say you cannot do so or that we've made a law. But that's our recommendation, that if we don't stand for something, then we'll fall for anything.
So when he says, my brother, boycott, what we're waiting for is further instruction. As we're sitting here, the government is also meeting to respond to what we're saying. The best thing you can do is make sure you've given us an email. The Ghana Caribbean Association has an email, whatever organization you represent, have a way to contact you. Because I know for a AAAG, you would have received an email. Everybody that signed the form got an email. As we get the information, we send it out. So it could be by the time we finish this meeting, that, there's a different directive from the Diaspora Coalition in terms of the way that we should move. So what we're saying is be informed, stand down, and just kind of wait and cool yourself. Watch it.
Okay, good evening, everyone. So I'm Cheese. I just want to say two things quick. So thank you ever so much to American Association. I am French. And to get the citizenship, it was something like forget about it. Because for some people, being French and Black doesn't work together. So I got it. Second thing, I got the citizenship, and what I will say.
Explain to them that the government didn't understand Guadeloupe. Explain it. I had to call and give a history lesson that this is a Caribbean country. Because
they're trying to say that you have French citizenship, but that's different from being descended from the Gauls and the Teutons and so forth.
I am French. I got a French passport.
You have French citizenship.
So the second thing is being citizen. The day after, I decided to say that will not allow me to say that I am Ghanaian. By respect to the people of Ghana, I don't breathe like them, I don't speak like them, I don't behave like them. So to see all the respect I give to the Ghanaian people, to say I am just citizen of Ghana, that's a huge thing already. So my question is, what are we doing today? No one spoke about them, and they are doing a huge work between their own doors. What are we doing with that? Because plenty people are going through their secret ways, and they will get citizenship like overnight. So to say, if it doesn't work with you, some people, they seem to be closer to the government. I am not gossiping, it's a real thing.
This is my place.
You know what? For the sake of time, geez. That is not an organization. It's an entire consulate and an embassy, and we're different.
Different question? Okay.
A lot of people, let me answer her question. Okay, a lot of people really don't understand that it's an embassy, it's a consulate. So the best way to answer that question is to connect to them or send them an email to ask, what is your role in terms of citizenship here, and then what is your role in terms of the larger context of the 6 regions of Africa? I think that's the best way that we can answer that question today. Because as you asked me, I don't have an answer for that question. So I'm redirecting you back to that. Thank you.
All right, please, this brother had a question like 3 hours ago. Please stand and ask your question.
Thank you very much. It's a very critical question. I want to direct this specifically to Dr. Campbell, because my reflections on this is that we know as those who were descendants of slaves, according to the right of the board, the logic behind it was to give like a pathway for individuals who can justify some type of like they lost their Ghanaian citizenship from what I'm reading in the law. So the idea is that if you have over 40 slave trade ports who's here in Ghana, you can trace the admixtures proportionally somehow to finding out that most African Americans are from this region. That's how I'm trying to figure it. But this is the call right now that leads to my question. We have the problem of FBA. Not here. In the world now, our community has essentially South Africa as dominant piece. The foundation Black American movement. The foundation Black American movement is a movement in the United States right now in which we have individuals who are projecting their African descent. And because of this now, you see those immigration policies that's some kind of link all of this. You have a lot of individuals leaning more to their American citizenship because they're Black. So who are Black Americans, they don't want to say Africans. So we situate now in the social media and refugees going back and forth. When they start saying, yes, I'm thinking that they want to be sure that who might be actually coming back to Ghana is definitely a Ghanaian citizen, or at least their African ancestry. I understand that might look at that might if that issue is not addressed, then I don't think this thing needs to be solved. So I'm going to ask Dr. Campbell, how far do you think that can be addressed? I'm speaking on the FBA conflict with African Americans across that unit.
I'm glad you asked that to the historian on the panel.
So for those who are wondering, and I mentioned before that you can look online in terms of radical vote, there's Act 2000, the Immigration Act 2000, Act 573, radical vote, a person of African descent in the diaspora. So you can find out more information about that. On FBA, ADOS, and so forth, what you will find is that historically, what the enemies of our people have done is that they've done divide and conquer. And that's the reason why on cesspool media, that those are the types of hashtags that get a lot of traction, right? Those are the types of things that get millions of views because the more we fight against each other, there's a proverb that says when brothers fight to the death, a stranger inherits the father's estate. And that's what that's all about. Imagine if we all said, you know what? All of us have a common enemy, as Baba Omwale Malcolm said. Those of us on the wrong side of the waters, and those of us on the right side of the waters, we have a common enemy. Let's book that behind, as we did in Haiti, as we did in Jamaica, as we did in classical Kemet, as we drove out the Hyksos. Every single time we said, whatever problems that we have, those problems do not supersede the problems that we have with our common enemy. We book that behind. And that's the reason why the places where you'll have those conversations that go viral, and I use that term, when I'm online, I don't go viral, I go medicinal. But the reason why those things go viral is because it's in the interest of those who own the platforms for those to go viral. And now it becomes the exact same thing that you see those on the continent against those in the diaspora and vice versa. This is where you get Hutus versus Tutsis. This is where you get the Liberian Civil War, the natives versus the returnees. Every single conflict that you see among Black people is to the benefit of those who created that conflict in the first place. Usually it's to take the resources out. Eastern Congo, Coltan, is to take the resources out. So those people aren't fighting against each other because they want to. It's because the ones who benefit from them fighting are the ones who created that conflict in the first place. Southeastern Nigeria, the conflicts that you've seen over decades happening there are because of the resources that are able to be extracted when we fight against each other. What I mentioned in Rwanda, the reason why Da Silva passed that decree where he said from henceforth you have to capture other Black people as a tribute, which was called Bakulamento, is because he realized this is the way he gets one Black group to fight against another Black group, and then they're laughing all the way to the bank. So anything that you see online, you have to look at who originates that and who benefits from it, and usually it's the owners of the platforms. Mark Zuckerberg doesn't want us to turn and book that Master Mark Zuckerberg behind. Elon Musk doesn't want us to say, we have a common enemy, and it's Elon Musk. All of them benefit from these divisions, and this is now the super quote-unquote tribalism, the entire continental tribe versus the entire diasporan tribe, and no one benefits but our common enemy, our past, current, and future enemies.
So those are even black guys. This is why I say that black person that answered that question was from your side.
Oh, what, okay. I think she wanted to comment on. Oh.
Thank you. No, I think he started to address my question, which is actually very appropriate. So I think I look at things in a very holistic manner, and I think we're really at an inflection point here, and there's a lot happening spiritually. So my question here is, when we talk about all of the difficulty and the wall, the perceived wall that we're getting in terms of trying to get citizenship, and we're not at the table. Can you speak to the mindset or what's happening at the local level? What is the Ghanaian citizen's viewpoint of Black people, the diaspora? I want to talk about that tension because I'm looking at it from, we can all move back, we can all start businesses, but there's a trauma that needs to be addressed, and there's a healing that needs to take place where I can look at my Ghanaian brother and he sees me and he accepts me as an African, right? So I want someone to address that 500, 600 years of trauma where we have lost our identity, and we're starting to get it back. It's starting to happen spiritually, but I want to understand that side so that we can start that conversation, because I don't think we can go very far without that healing.
We keep it our way.
All right, so that is the reason why I wrote formally to the provost of the College of Humanities. The College of Humanities is the largest college here at the University of Ghana. The University of Ghana. The University of Ghana is the premier university in Ghana from which many of our presidents, including President Mahama, ministers, the decision makers. We often hear that the youngest population in the world is here on the continent, and we need to make sure that this population has some of the right ideas. We have dialogues. So last year, I was asked to convene a panel of many of my Repatriate Ghana clients and then also students, and it was DW, right? And for this, the students were like, we're all trying to get out of Ghana. If I can get a ticket out to the US, they get me out of here. And those who are repatriating didn't understand why they were trying to leave, didn't understand why repatriation was trying to leave. From that, I wrote a formal letter so that the provost said that we can have what we're calling the open door dialogues, DOOR, repatriation, where we can have people like Asho Steve or Wood and Maya or Stevie Wonder. So we're talking about both the historic diaspora and the recent diaspora to come and address the student population, the entire student population of this is why I came back. I was in China, this is why I came back. I was in the US, this is why I came back. Because they just think, well, maybe they're rich, maybe this, maybe that. They never have a chance for us to sit down, and that's how they're able to do the FBA, ADOS, whatever type of thing, is because we never sit down on our own terms. And when I say terms, that's time, energy, resources, money, and spirit, TERMS, where we control the space, where we control the dialogue. And it's not DW or any other enemies of Black people who benefit off of the natives versus the returnees type of, dialogue. But again, this has already been improved. It was first including all of the heads of units, African studies, ISR, LESIAD, UGBS, the business study, all of them came together. And then we had a meeting with the entire academic board. They also signed off. The provost has now convened a steering committee so that we can start in this coming semester having those dialogues where all of you who are here are invited, all of the student body members are invited, and we're able to actually have these conversations that our enemies never wanted us to have in the first place. So that's what's a solution of how we can, get our understanding, and they can get, and we can get their understanding, and we can actually come to some mutual understanding that's beneficial to us all mutually, as President Mahama said in 2016. But I must.
Yes, basically, I've been waiting forever trying to get this question out. I think you just answered it before I could. I think you answered it before I could ask it. But I also want to make a statement in reference to that it is very important that we deal with definitions. And the reason that I say that is, as I've been watching
And all of this over the last few months, I've been here over a year. I do have my residency, and I'm very happy about that. I'm saying, but I noticed the definitions are not the same. So that should definitely be a part of that communication. So that, for example, one of the things I was reading a couple months ago, we're talking about the diasporans and all of that. And as I read the article, it said those Ghanaians that were in the diaspora, that were in the UK, that were in Germany, that were in Europe. And I kept reading, and I'm like, where do I show up in this? And it didn't. So we have to be very careful about the terms that we use. So as we begin to have more and more of these conversations, keep that in mind. Also, I give you all the props, all of you that are here, when you're talking about the younger generation. Don't leave us out. Okay. And the reason, and I don't fear being, I've been living and I'll keep living. I'll be enough to deal with me another 30 years, so don't worry about it. So what I'm saying is, a lot of us, we have lived through this colored, Black, Negro, in between, whoever, and all of that. So we've had those experiences that we can share. And I think what happens is we get older, we don't get an opportunity to share with the younger generations. So you have the younger generations talk to the younger generations without the experience of those. And I would say to you, if there's an opportunity, I'd be more than happy to sit in on it, because there's a wealth of knowledge in what we've lived. Okay, thank you.
And that was one thing as well. If I get on board to your side,
Yes.
I got a
online question. So online question from Brent Waits. Will the 9-page document Dr. Kamba spoke about be available for download? And if yes, where? And I can address that. So it was decided by those of us who participated that that is a source document, that we're going to use, that what is being made available right now is what you have, and the 9-page is just going to be the guidelines so that we can act strategically based on what feedback we get from the Office of the President. So for now, that 9-page document is not a public-facing document. All right, next question.
Yes, please. Okay, I'll see you again. So I'm looking at the requirements, and I approach things from a very practical point of view, so just bear with me. First thing is the application form. I don't think we have any problems about that. Birth certificate, passport data. It says, I don't have my glasses. Residency, 2 years. I don't think there's a problem with the 1-year residency requirement. And let me tell you why. Having been in Ghana for over 40 years, I'm gonna be straight. I have seen so many African-American husbands coming in here, playing games, ripping Ghanaians off, hiring Ghanaians. And, what we do, you know what I mean? Before I start talking about what they do, that's just, I always operate with what I am responsible for before I start pointing at the other person. I have seen things, I've seen African Americans who have employed Ghanaians who treat them like a slave. They take on the master consciousness. They're not paying them well. They're not giving them their tips. Them. So my concern is that an African American comes to Ghana, ooh, love Ghana, love Ghana. The requirements are low. They're here for 2 or 3 weeks. They get citizenship. They leave with their Ghanaian passport and begin to fuck up other places in the world. And then it comes back to us. Well, they gave that African American a Ghanaian passport. I don't think it's unreasonable to have a 1 year. I think 2 years is too long. And I think within that 1 year, they usually don't want you to travel. It needs to be with the ability to travel. You have a death, your mother's sick, you have a grandchild, you have graduation, you have a wedding to go to. I think that 1 year is reasonable with the ability to travel outside if you have to. So I just want to give my opinion before I have to go. Okay, I think that
I wanted to say is that African Americans are also hustling other African Americans.
Oh, they must use it. Okay. I mean, I'm not telling them names and telling them stories, but I'm telling you some things have happened that are just not correct. They do not represent us well. And this is part of why you might feel this anxiety or this tension sometimes because you don't know if that Ghanaian came up against one of us who was not actually, who was not taking the position, this is my niece, this is my daughter, this is my, I just have to.
And I think before you move on to the next point, I think Keyboy wanted to say something to the point you just made. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, the next one is, the next one is these clearances. I think that's important. My question is, how would I get a police clearance? I've never become a citizen. It hasn't really been a concern. I'll do it when I get around to it. My concern is, how would I go about getting police clearance? I come from the state of California. Okay. Then how would I get police clearance from the Ghana government? I would think that from the California, because our structures in America are a bit clearer and a bit more defined, I would think that it would be a little bit.
I can jump in. The police clearance is in Ghana.
Okay. But we know that in Ghana, everything moves much slower.
Let me jump in, because even to get a real estate broker's license or any of these licenses, police clearance involves going there with your Ghana card, paying a fee.
No, hold on, you don't need Ghana card, and I'm only saying that because I just talked to them yesterday. You go to the CID headquarters, which is at Emo Police Station. I believe I directed you, and it was very simple. You can get it in 24 to 48 hours, or you can get it in 2 weeks. It just depends on which way you want to get it, and
how much you want to pay.
And how much you want to pay. One is, hold on, one is, I believe it's 150 CDs if you live here, not if you have no. It's 2 ways. If you have a residency permit in your passport, or if you don't, there are 2 prices. With residency permit, I believe it's 2,000 something CDs, and then you pay extra for expediting if you wanted them 24 to 48 hours. Then if you do not have residency, so if you have residency here in your passport and you live here, I think it's 150 CDs, and then you pay an express price and you have it within 48 hours. That question is answered.
Yes. Well, I will say is make sure you talk to the right people though, because I had several real estate agents, Ghanaian and foreign, who were trying to get their CID clearance, and some people were quoted 8,000 CDs, 10,000 CDs to get police clearance. So make sure you go to CID directly and make sure you are talking to people.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I think that's a reasonable requirement. Now,
okay, and again, it's been recommended that you stand down now, because if we go back to what the recommendation was, it's just been recommended having people here talk about how you do this process kind of undermines what the goal of the town hall meeting which was perhaps we shouldn't attempt to try and interpret maybe there's a special CID clearance or special police clearance that we're not even aware of. So we may not want to assume that we know which things are going to be accepted here. So this may not be the form for that.
I just felt the need to give my opinion about what was on here in case my opinion is shared or is not shared with others. I'm almost finished, okay? The next one has to do with the ties, the strong ties. I agree that the strong ties is not clearly defined. The next one has to do with the DNA, carbon grid item number 4, which clearly defines what the diaspora does. So this statement about the DNA is in contradiction to their own, so that's the way I would deal with that. Section 4, you've written the diaspora is this, so the DNA no longer has a place here. And then the issue of, I'm sorry, I'm coming to out of the And then also, when you're talking about registration fees, I think I have found that instead of suggesting to someone, oh, you need to reduce the fees because they're too much, you simply tell them what you think is fair and reasonable. If you're charging 25,000, we think that it should be half, 12,500, or we think it should be 6,500 down the city. I just find that to give them a number that you feel is reasonable is better than to leave it up to them to come up with one. And then the other thing, okay. But I'm gonna, you said something about And at the end of this, you say history represents a significant departure from the public rhetoric. And then you go on to say, if you don't promptly do something, it sounded like an ultimatum. And I think that there's a better way to approach it with different language. It's clear that it's unacceptable, but to say if you don't do this, then we're going to do this, it just doesn't, it feels confrontational, and I don't think it's the best strategy. That's all. In my mind, sorry.
And I just wanted to comment, you guys, I can walk into whoever side of my neck. It is not about the 25,000. What we've said is there has never been, correct me if I'm wrong, a citizenship fee. It has always been an administration or registration fee. So this is the first time we're seeing citizenship fee. And it's also, the fee is 25,000. And the last thing I want to say about the residency, this is where we need to have an intergenerational conversation. That works if you have a pension. That doesn't work if you're not retired and you got to go back and forth to hustle. I know when I came here, my son was in high school. So I was trying to be here, trying to raise his son. It don't work for young people. So that's the reason why we want them to be examined.
Okay, I wanted to address, since I had talked about the disconnect.
But thank you. First of all, give it up, guys. I appreciate it.
We talk about the disconnect between the, let's say, the average Ghanaian and the African diaspora. During the year of return, if you ask the average Ghanaian, what is it? They clueless, totally clueless about why we even want to be here. You know, I have a dollar every time somebody asks me, why did I leave the United States? You know, it's just unreal. And, you know, kudos to this brother for attempting to have a dialogue. But, you know, I'm not sure that dialogue is not up here and not at the grassroots, where the market women are, and the store people are, where you will have that interaction with the people that you are dealing with on a daily basis. Every Ghanaian doesn't attend the University of Legon. So that's not a reflection of the everyday person. So how do you get to the grassroots with our experience so that they don't look at us like strangers in the face or look at us like we're crazy for even leaving the United States or the West? So, you know, my experiences at the grassroots level and dealing with the everyday Ghanaian, and there's a huge gap, you know, and how do we close that gap? I think that is one attempt, but maybe there has to be an attempt that also brings it to another level so that maybe you reach the high school level, or maybe, you know, it goes around like that.
Okay, come on,
what I'd like to say is that the citizenship that we are getting today is more from a presidential initiative. What government needs to do now is to make it a policy through parliament, through a legislative instrument, so that the aspect of national education must take, because whenever you're passing a bill, you cannot pass that bill by itself without educating the population. So that is one way in which nationally the information will go around and people will learn. Secondly is that we must encourage our education, African historical education for children from birth. Because that will let them understand who we are. The Dungeons are here all over Ghana. A lot of these youth, they have been there. They have no idea, they have no concept of who we are and why they are here. So education aspect is very important. So these are two things I think that needs to go to the next level.
Rastafari.
You got him, okay? There's a lot of people interested in becoming a member of AAAG. If you need to see Jamil, raise your hand, and she's gonna help sort you out. And then who do they need to see for Ghana Caribbean Association?
See me. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I've been listening to the reasoning to, you know, everybody, and I have a few things I want to say. So, first of all, I want to say I share the same sentiments in terms
of we being Africans and we're coming back and we're taking claim and we want to be in our place. Because I believe Africa is the future. I came here when I was 28 years old. I'm 34 now, and I haven't gone back. So I know that Africa is the future and I know that we have to build. Now, my thing is, I don't see where we have data. See? I know that we're making impact, 100% sure. A lot of people here who are foreigners who came in, they've opened businesses, they employ people, they have NGOs, they train people, they have educational schools, they have all of the things.
No, man, but don't like giving my business.
So we don't have measured impact in the society. So we don't know, all right, so we can go to the government, but they don't necessarily have to have any type of sentiment towards us. They don't know us. They're not going to come now. You understand? So we go into them and say, okay, we belong and we are the Africans. They're like, okay, but so do we. Like, I mean, okay, what do you have to show for it? So I know, I'm not saying that we're not making impact. I'm 100% sure that we're making impact. But are we measuring this impact? One. See? And then the next question I want to ask is, what is our plan B? If the government doesn't meet us and we say we are boycotting this process, then what do we do next? What's the next action?
Fits into the next question. They wanna speak on that.
We have the foremost social media person. Beat the government. That's what we do. You've already seen what it's like.
You know, this the blue microphone.
You know this already.
Yeah, just to the point, several of us have led social campaigns, one about your son, about the lot. We got Gandhi Must Fall right here on campus, that we made certain things. And one thing that I've said in some of the meetings is that we've seen that the government is very responsive to those who have large followings, whether that's what in my diplomatic passport, I show fees passport overnight. Now imagine if those people have some commentary on the requirements, that may go a long way, but I'll leave that. To the point about reaching the grassroots, part of the open door dialogue, part of the point of it is to have media coverage with the entire student body. So when we did Ministry of the Future, we had grassroots coming, we had Jabi, who had a football team. He brought his youth coming to those meetings, and that was their first time being sensitized to some of the things that we were discussing. So the idea is that we can basically scale that up, but we have not just students, not just scholars, but we have regular everyday people. We have and then on top of that, the language barrier is huge. When I'm speaking, doing interviews in English, that goes to a certain population. But when I give interviews in Chi, I'll be in the bush where people are drying their cocoa seeds. They say, I heard you in that interview, they're speaking Chi. But they're saying that this is what is actually reaching them. So what we want to do is the same thing we do at the ABBTV conference, is anything that's said in English is translated into Chi, anything that's said in Chi is translated into English, and that's where you're actually gonna have an impact. Because as long as we start keep talking about Black power, Black liberation, and anything else exclusively in English, then it's never gonna reach the people and just gonna be like, oh, the foreigners are just speaking English, whatever, what are they saying? So those are some of the initiatives that are already on the ground. And again, I feel like this is a good way for us, at the very least, a starting place. And it's actually, in terms of the point of the documentation of numbers, this is something that came up in 2016, is that we said we contributed a lot to Ghana, but we don't have anything to show for it. We want citizenship, but it was very difficult to quantify the lot. That's the reason why part of this initiative through the College of Humanities, it brings on board the Center for Migration Studies. It brings on the Institute for Statistical, Social, let me get the name right, Institute of Statistical, Social, and Economic Research, because those are the scholars who are able to pull that data and now say that these are the number of diasporans, this is the amount that they contribute. So again, we're actually strategically bringing on board all those who can actually answer those questions, as well as reaching the grassroots through media and other ways.
Thanks. We have a question on the screen. Real quick.
I got the mic again. Can you guys do me a favor? That's right. I got it. Can you guys do me a favor? Y'all ready?
Yes.
Say J.
J.
Say it with the J. O. K. Say it again. J. O. K. Jeremiah, you gotta come and introduce yourself real quick. Sorry. It's all that I can say. And he is worth us stopping the show. So some of you will know who he is, and some of you won't. But give him a round of applause. Give him a round of applause. Yes. And if you don't know, Google it. Okay, Google it, because we're talking about content creators, and sometimes we don't know who's sitting right next to us or who's among us. So I just want you to stay hydrated, because I know you be trying to flip up. I got you this one.
This way online can see.
Go ahead. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this is all.
Okay, greetings everyone.
Greetings.
It's good to be here first and foremost. Good to see so many beautiful faces from the diaspora. My name is Jeremiah Ernest Yahusu Koromor. Currently a pro player with Cleveland Browns, and I spent about half a year in Ghana. So it's good to see these conversations going on, and it's good to see you guys continue to battle.
You gotta introduce your mom?
Okay, yeah, my mother is back there. She gets pulled every left and right.
Say hi to them.
So it's also trying to get her to continue to explore the continent more. And we've done her DNA, and she's from Sierra Leone, so we may go over there and get citizenship. She also interested in citizenship here, and we're involved in a lot of the process with her, making sure that she can do that comfortably and the transition is smooth. So I'm going to be partnering up at some point, I'm sure. And then we're just speaking with the brother here, and we'll make sure that I can do whatever is possible with my own might, which is not a ton. I'm sure that we can move some conversations and we can do both things. So it's good to see you guys, and good to see you guys again. And just
We just appreciate you understanding that we family, and we want you to come. We want you to be comfortable and chill and to do what you're doing. So thank you. You guys give it up for him. Give it a wake up.
All right, so we have some hands on this side. I think there was a question online, but it was largely addressed by Obenko in his last comment, which was we want to know what the solutions are for the meeting and what do we do next. So I don't know if you want to elaborate on that.
That was
Send it, please.
sound like a repeat of the previous question. So one of the things that we're asking for, being one of the founding members of the Diaspora Coalition, that we discussed in our meetings, the strategy going forward. Right now, the boycott is the first step. We put the letter together so we can begin to express certain things to the community, and the full document will go to the government. But we're asking for a meeting. So as we discuss this, it's more than a meeting. As the heading statement in tree is saying, we need to have a permanent place, official place, an established place at the table. So we don't have to keep repeating this process over again, where something happens and we have to come together in these meetings to express all the things that they don't understand because we're not at that table.
We are in politics.
That's right. So we got
There's a question just for you right there on the screen. Yeah, this one right here.
how do you become a member of the Universal Pan-African Coalition by Amma Lindsay? Universal Pan-African Coalition. Coalition. So part of the process of that is you would reach out to Brenda Powell. She's the secretary. Let it be known that you are part of an organization that you want to register. She'll give you all the details of how to apply and then become a member of the Diaspora Coalition. So yes, it's member based, organization based. Yes.
So you're just clarifying that it is a coalition of leaders of organizations. So if you are a leader of an organization, you can follow up with Brenda Powell. If you're an individual, I think Ina Akuswa earlier said, contact all of these people on stage that you've seen are leaders of organizations that are doing the work. Join multiple. Join all.
You can contact the secretary, even if you're an individual, let it be known, have a conversation with her, and even if she has to recommend you to one of the organizations, or if you're in the process of establishing an organization, she'll take note, and then you get an opportunity to become a part.
Thank you.
Please, we're gonna take a few more questions because I don't want people to just be like falling off. Good afternoon, everybody. So I was just wondering if the government are aware that we are going to be boycotting the citizenship requirements. When you talk about measured impact, and I think numbers speak volume, is there a petition that we all can sign and get to the government or anything like that? And when is that 9-page document going to be submitted to the document? Because the process starts tomorrow. That 5-day process starts tomorrow. Is it for convoy or you want anybody? So the word boycott is being used. I'm just saying stand down until further notice. Because I know for a fact that the Diaspora Coalition is going to come forward with more information. One of the nice things about being in Ghana is that Ghanaians are very, very, very reasonable. We don't like Wahala. You can see somebody argue for like 50 hours and no lick is passed. You'll just be sitting there, you'll burn yourself to death waiting. You understand? If a nick is passed, it's usually family members. Because they know that they can't run far. So my point is that I would just stand down until further notice and stay close to your email. Because I'm very optimistic that we were going to have a resolution that's going to be favorable to this process moving forward. That's my personal opinion. Go ahead. Okay, so we're saying boycott, but just stand down until further notice.
You say refrain, refrain,
Refrain.
Apply.
Don't apply, don't apply, don't apply, yet.
Yes, yes.
Hold on to your application, that's what I'm saying. I ain't saying.
All right, and then I can get, people were asking about doors, so I hunted down the flyers. There are more people than flyers. So, for those who can take a picture, just take a picture or go to it, but, please take some and pass it on and pass it on to the side of it. Exactly, so,
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. First, I wanted to thank all of y'all who convened this meeting, took time out of your day. I personally appreciate it because while I am not the leader of an organization, the fact that I live here, I too got phone calls and texts from a number of people, my loved ones, on the other side of the water, asking what happened. Because people have been talking about this since November. It's going to happen in March, it's going to happen in March. And there are many of us who were given a contact number from the diaspora office directly, and they contacted us directly and asked for our information. So when this information came out, this response came out, people were very taken aback. So again, thank you all for, for making this happen. I wasn't going to say anything because I came here just to absorb and to learn and to listen. But my spirit was jolted when the comment was made. Well, there were a couple of comments that were made. It was about our contribution and quantifying that. And it reminded me of a meeting that I was in just like this last year in January, discussing this very same topic of citizenship. When we talk about citizenship, we're talking about being rights and the freedom to do this and that. And so citizenship is tied to a right? A freedom right. There is no apprenticeship to freedom. Either you are free or you are not. And the idea that we have to quantify and measure our right to be here, for me, is very offensive and is appalling. And we as excuse me, I don't use that terminology. We as African descendants, we have to, the sister said language matters. We have to change our language around this conversation. No, I'm not bringing $1 million to be in my ancestral land. Yes, it is a restoration that was of what was taken from me. My ancestors did not choose to get on those boats. Okay, they were forcibly removed. And it's a conversation that I was a part of last January. There were some representatives from the government. And that was your point. Oh, you are competing with the Lebanese, the Chinese. They are bringing in this. They are investing this way. Okay? That's not the conversation that we're having.
We have an ancestral right to be here, period, full stop. And that is the only narrative that we are going with. Someone mentioned that not having pleading with all of, right, have one representative. You know, I'm sitting here and I'm listening and I'm reminded of Kwame Nkrumah's words when he called for a United States of Africa. You know, if you have Namibia doing this, Zimbabwe doing this, right, then they can play in your face like this. As the brother said, he went down there to the office and they said, well, you all don't have one representative. So I'm pleading, let us have a vote, whatever it is that is required, you know, for us to have one representative to come and sit at the table and advocate on the part of behalf of all of us. The last thing, and I hate that the sister has left, I wanted to address and then I'll sit down, is that we have to also stop this narrative of, oh, well, Tyrone came to the land and he did this. So therefore, African Americans now have to prove that they are worthy of being here. Hey, stop this. We are sorry that Tyrone came to the land and he did that. And shame on him. And the majority of us will speak out against Tyrone for doing that. But we're not going to allow that to hostage, make us be hostage, or, you know, to shackle us and to doing what we have to do and to advocate for our right to be here. You know, Blaise Compaoré, is he the face of Burkina Faso? Is Joseph Mobutu, is he the face of Congo? Do we hold all Congolese accountable for what he did? So no, we're not going to be held accountable for what one bad actor does. They're not representative of the collective of African descendants. So I reject that narrative.
The only thing I want to say in response to that, sister, thank you, is that here in Ghana, we don't force. We have the Diaspora Coalition, and it is the umbrella organization for all of our various groups. But we have Fancy, we have Ghana people, we have Dagoba people, we have Danbani people, we have Ashanti people, we have Ewe people, and all of them have their own collective stories, narratives, and experiences. So just like they all get along and they all get to bring their uniqueness to the table, certainly we. So sometimes I'm always be enforced that we have like one single box or one single. I'm not saying no, you don't need to go back and forth. I'm just saying my piece. So I always do that. I'm not saying that you said that. I'm just saying here that we are here and it's very diverse, and I like well, we are also very diverse, and we bring all of our ingredients to the table to make that gumbo. That's all I'm saying. And before I go, I want to say, Dr. C, raise your hands. If you got membership information, she's over in the corner. You sign up, and then she'll give you a call back. Gilbert, I see you, and I'm coming back here.
Can I just say one thing, Seth? Because I knew vaguely of a coalition, but I was unfamiliar. And because this is so important, I don't even know how I got an invite to the meeting. But in the meeting, Oberko and I were participating, and it was said, y'all need to pay dues if you don't. But we were active participants, but they said this is more important. So I do think there is something to be said about each group participating and understanding that when things are important, people come together. But this was the best, most positive experiences I've had with leaders of various organizations contributing to create documents, contributing to make an event. This event was repurposed and all this, and I think we should acknowledge that this is a representation of what it looks like when we work together.
Yeah, hold on. I wanted to address my sister here.
Hold on.
Hold on. Actually, hold on. Hold on. Sister, what's your name, please? Niara, how are you? Niara. So Niara, I listen to you and I share your sentiments actually. See, for me, asking for us to quantify is not for us to say, okay, look what we can do, but look what we are doing. See, the thing is, I know I'm in a position where I receive a lot of phone calls from people who want to come to Ghana. They've never been to Ghana. They don't know anything about Ghana. They don't know how to invest. They don't know what to do. Some people come, they're vexed, they're complain, oh, the road is bad, the this and the that. See? we have to understand that people have to have filters. Okay? And there are certain things that lubricate a process faster than some. See, we know the motivation of a Ghanaian. We know. You understand? Because earlier we were talking about how you can get your police report faster than agent. Yet we understand the motivation of a Ghanaian. So I'm not asking for us to say, yes, we're going to put everything in one place and show you that. No. But to show that we're actually having impact in your country. Because I have business partners who are waiting for the same. They're waiting for citizenship. They want it to come. It's not that they don't have the money, but it's how do I put it? It's the criteria was too. It was so way. The principle of it is not great. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not saying okay. We have to show you, but really actually, do we know? We keep saying okay. We have a lot of impact and we're doing a lot of things. But how much do I do? Like we don't know how much is that. How much is that? We don't know. We ourselves don't know. You understand? So even if the government said so, we said, okay, let's present this fact. We still don't have it. You understand? Even among ourselves, we don't have the information. So we have to have the information some way, somehow put down. Even if we're not going to use it. Saying, so no, say, all right, a group of people. As long as you can identify and show, say, yo, we're not idle, as Jamaicans would say, we're not idle. No, see, so I would say that, listen, we not ask just to show, but just to say, yo, listen.
Thank you. We have a question back here. Some of this, he's been waiting for a while.
Mom, you keep giving one time. I want to refer this to my brothers who are leaders here. And Dr. who I found to be someone that's doing a good job here. I've been in Africa more than 20 years, 9 different countries, and it's been an education. And I'm so happy, and I value this relationship. As opposed to being somewhere subject to someone hiring me, or they don't have jobs, so we get pressed. Instead of taking our destiny into our own hands, this is what I like about being a leader. You can use your creativity, and that's what Africa inspired me to do. And I'm asking you, Dr. Kernbone, and whomever else, I know some of the brothers here, if you, because this is needed, man, establish your orientation committee, that when people come from the outside, that they don't bring that other, some undesirable behavior. That and also I want to, there's a need for an orientation class, just like when somebody gets a job or goes to a school, you go through orientation, so you know how to function within that. Say, please stop getting caught up on the differences, because everybody's different. When Torah people understand the word relationship. Let us, when Torah people is childish. They are this way. If you're Jamaican people or African, say that, or African American, that's childish. They're childish. Find the common ground, the common goal. And we need some power, man. Instead of keep on being victimized by every other people and disrespected by Arabs, white people, or whomever. Aren't you tired of that? Well, let's unite. Thank you.
All right. So I know you gave our microphone away, but I think the perfect person to respond to this.
You said that is because she's your mother.
It's not because she's my mother. I'm saying it because this is the past president of the National Association of Black Psychologists. So in the year 2000, she brought 200 psychologists, 500 psychologists and their families to Ghana because the organization recognized the importance of what he just mentioned, which is psychology. And that is a fundamental component of what is coming forward with DOOR. So,
and I wanted to speak to that. This is a spiritual moment. You're getting caught up in stuff. The ancestors are working it from the youth to the elders. The sister here said, don't leave us out. You can't, we live this history. We live this history, especially in the US, to be able to bring here. And so I want us to take a moment and reflect on the fact that we call the ancestors to be here, and they are here, ensuring that we hear the voices. Yes, we recognize the need to have a sort of curriculum for people to know how it is here, how we should respond, how the common people as well as the political people respond here, how to approach them. We taught that. We've got curriculums on that, and we've got a process for it. And it had to be including the young minds as well as the old. So sometimes older people get, stuck and don't want to move, but then the fire of the youth makes you go. Ghana, the continent. There, what did they say? There are what? 70% of the continent is young people. And so when he talks about having these open door forums at the university, it's because these, as he said, will become the leaders tomorrow. And if they come with the same stuff they're learning in their public schools now, we're doing. And they are from the villages where the market people are. So that their parents are trying to learn things through the youth. And they need to know so that they can share. The, what's it, Omaheni from Aquafam, is that Omaheni?
Yeah,
I went to a dinner festival this year, and he spent many years in the US seeing and knowing. And he said to his people, we are not going to continue this education process. Our people don't know who they are. And we're going to turn these schools back to us. And if every region did the same thing, then we don't have to worry. This will be a small fight. And we have to trust that if we listen and we obey, that we're on the right path. So she says, like, I don't believe in it. I believe in spirituality. That includes mind, body, and spirit. But you can't separate. And so our bodies will follow the minds that are infected by the spirit of our innocence. And we must trust that.
Okay, is there any more? We got 2 questions. I already got my last question. That's good work. Say hi.
All right, last question on this side. Oh, she did have her hand up for a while. I'm sorry.
Let the last question be the last question. We want to get a group picture, and then we want to make sure, because the history was made on the 100th commemoration of Black History Month. We decided to take our destiny in our own hands. We decided to come together. We decided to unify, and that's this historic moment. It's gonna be like that picture that we always see with everybody sitting on the steps of Harlem that's looking real good. You know how that one is going viral? Come on, sister, come with your question.
Thank you so very much. My name is basically, I had a take of my question, but it's floated away, so I'm going to try and remember very quickly what I wanted to say. I did want to highlight in alignment with your statement. I host a networking fund day, and it's very grassroots, and it's directed at the local community coming together with the diaspora community, and we do lots of different things. And part of the event is to have little talks where we actually learn from the locals as well. And we don't have 2 constitutions. I was laughing when you said that, but it seems like that. And that's the point of what I was saying, what our sister here said. So important that we have local knowledge, because they don't always respect the Constitution somehow. So, so it's good to have that knowledge, and that's what my event is about. The question I wanted to ask, or how, if I remember it, it was to do with diaspora, at the summit, he mentioned that we are the 17th, is it 17th? Region. So what I wanted to know is that I wasn't fully understanding what he wanted out of that, but I wanted to understand, what I wanted to ask was, can we do something with that statement? If we're in 17th region, then can we what's the word, maximize on that, maximize on the fact that we're a region, and so we need to be at the table. Can we have a chief? Can we have a somebody, that type of thing? I do have my book here. Let me find my.
Okay,
I think we're close to that. Woodson has,
wait a minute, hold on. Let's get all the questions and then we're gonna answer them at one time. So that's the question. What can we do with the 17th region? You get the Baba over here. Rastafari, I see you. And then, okay, Jennifer is pulling a rank on me, and then Gilbert, this is my tool right here. Yo, please, I beg.
And British law around the name of Islam. I'm not asking a question, I'm making a suggestion.
Thank you.
All the time, when we need to talk about diasporans, the major issue is citizenship and repatriation. In short, it means they want to reconnect with their people here. And now, all the time, these programs are done in Accra. They don't connect other regions, other people, to know that our people over there are eager to come home. They come around Saturday. And I think I'm going to stay only in Accra. So why don't you make these programs available or aware to other people, other regions, so that when I come as a diaspora, and then I go to the north, people in the north are aware of the program, so they can accept me. And they told us the other day that some people are coming, and probably these are some of them. I'm educated about them, I have insight about their life, they also know our culture. So that it can be easy for people to move across the nation when they are even in the country. We do everything in our centralized.
Yo,
I don't think it's
Matthew. So that was a statement, not a question. We got the question about the 17th region. The Taki, get your last question here. I got the two questions here. I'm about to let you write in the question down.
Question. Yeah.
Oh, my neighbor. Neighbor.
Your neighbor.
Okay, what am I to say?
My name is Franklin Dunban, and I've been here, living here for about 3 years. But I'm saying to verify my question is that since I've been here, I've learned some things about what I thought I knew that I never would have learned if I had not come here. So my question to anybody and everybody is, do you really think we're giving enough reality? Because reality says that we are asking our enslavement institutions to give us what we need, when that has never happened in the history of the world. What do we call the government and all its institutions, from education to, that part of the government, all of them, they are not designed so the black faces are not to help black people, to help African people. But we continue to get upset by what they do. And then we go ask them to solve it.
But is your question?
So my question is, are we dealing with reality?
Okay, got that one. Check it. Are we dealing with reality? 17th region, are we dealing with reality? We have to leave Accra.
Thank you, ma'am. Sure. My name is Jennifer Bryan, and I do have a question. It is about process and next steps. So I know that this came together quickly because the government just released the new requirements, with, we're all finding out about that at the same time. But the coalition is a coalition of organizations. And so I want to just make sure that all of the organizations are committed to going back and having democratic processes where members can vote on any resolutions that are passed. If you all are meeting as a collective, that there are minutes that are given to the members of these various organizations so that the process can be transparent representative, because all of you are representing us, and so we want to make sure that our needs and our views on needs for partners are also being represented. So my question is, what is the process going forward, and how will members of the diaspora who are living in Ghana and outside of Ghana be able to get involved?
Thank you for that question. Oh, you got the question? Y'all got the question? This is Gilbert. Last question. The last question. And then we're going for a photo op.
My name is Gilbert Kabanabuhari. I am the founder of the God Box. It's an African interfaith multi-faith organization. I come from Cape Coast. I was born to Ghana. I was born in New York. And pretty much had snapshots all throughout my life. I want to give greetings to some of the elders over here. A lot of them I know. We've been doing this work for a while. Obviously, I'm piggybacking off of all the questions that have been asked and spoken about. There's a lot of underlying mutual suspicion that exists on both sides. We all know that there's a huge disconnect as well. Somebody spoke about the 17th region. Off the top, there's a disconnect off the top of just that title alone. Already you're separating a whole group of people. And these are folks that are coming in that are trying to integrate with their own tribes, Akan, Elwet, that's where we come from, right? But so already you can tell that who's ever advising this government or past governments, as our elders said, obviously they're always going to commercialize whatever we're trying to do. Or others here, they know that a lot of this started from a religious cultural space, right? And so I was a bit biased. I'm at the study of religious department at right here in UG. And so I got a little bias on Pan-African theologian. When I heard about this panel, I realized that most of the panelists are religious leaders. They're not just leaders, but religious leaders as well. We don't get a lot of that amongst our Pan-African conversations. It's always social, political, socio-economic. So that's my first comment. My question to the panelists, the religious leaders, again, is that how do we have a more religious, cultural, and spiritual conversation around social, political, and social economic aspects like land and dual citizenship? Because that's what I was here. Once I saw this, I'm like, we don't have too many panels that really speak to religious leaders on Pan-Africanism. The spirituality aspect already has been sidelined. Brother Benward, you know that. And of course, the government is always going to market and commercialize anything to industrialize it the way they're going to do it. So it's up to us. We have a greater responsibility as religious leaders to really come to the forefront and really spiritualize this conversation, because whether we like it or not, there's a bridge. This bridge, we built it. Folks are coming in and out, right? But we haven't really discussed the mutual suspicion that exists amongst all of us. We're talking about dual citizenship. We're talking about all these type of things. We need to have more of a spiritual conversation around Pan-Africanism. Thank you.
Okay. So give me, what was your question in 5 words? Because
how do we have a more spiritual, religious, cultural conversation around Pan-Africanism, especially as it relates to social, political, and social economic aspects? That was what about me.
Okay, I'm turning it over to you, Nana. And then when I turn it back over to the panel, we want to make sure that we get a group picture. That's why I want to get the group picture for people who's leaving. Then there was a question. I need to know how many attorneys are here by show of hands. Attorneys, lawyers. Okay, that answers your question. Some may be here, but they don't want to come out. Because they didn't come here if they're on retirement. Also, okay, I'm sorry. I promised this one sister a comment. She asked me like an hour ago.
Thank you, sister. So I'm Sadia Nuhu. I'm half Ghanaian, half American. I've lived half of my life here and the other half in America. And I'm the person that when the spirit comes to me, I do what the spirit tells me to do. So it's time for me to come back here. And I just took my stuff. I had nothing and I came back. So I'm living here now. So thank you. I think that we're more united than you know. Kwame Nkrumah said, the forces that try to, what did he say? The forces that unite us are greater than the superimposed influences that try to keep us apart. So I belong to a lot of expatriate African American groups on Facebook, social media. And I think one of the things that I keep on hearing is the Ghanaians hate us, and why are we going there? Why do we want to go there? And so when I actually came here, I think it also opened a lot of people's eyes as to how the Africans don't hate our brothers and sisters across the ocean. We are loving people, and that's what got us into the problem that we got into. I'm from the north of Ghana, and what the brother said, the Rasta brother and the Rastafari too. So let me acknowledge that. What the brother said about us going, at other places. Well, I'm a proud descendant of the Busa people. We did not sell anybody. We did not sell anybody into slavery. We fought against slavery. And there is a festival that goes on in my hometown, December of every year, of celebrating our victory, of conquering the slave raiders. The story has to be told properly, because the initial story of slavery was told by our oppressors, and they blamed us. So I have a lot to say, but let me end there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So real quick, while we're doing that, we've had two requests. One, I don't know if we still have photographers, but it was requested that before, like you said, before people leave, if we have somebody, if not a photographer, somebody with a really good camera, we want to get a picture of the panelists together first, and then we want to do the group picture before we close out. So who has like a really, really good camera?
Carly, you raising your hand?
Okay,
So I don't want to come out with our iPhone 21.
Focus that we are going to answer the questions before we do the group. Okay.
So there was a question of orientation process. So we do have an orientation process. We have people who come through Repatriate to Ghana who are here and they've gone through the orientation process. In terms of the 17th region, one of the major critiques is that it's based on the idea of the 6th region. And when Haiti applied to join as full members of the AU, as members of the 6th region, they were rejected, which lets us know that if you're going to do something called a 17th region, then if they're saying that all of these requirements are necessary for those of us who are part of the quote-unquote 17th region, we need to ask, are those the same requirements of the other 16 regions that are here in Ghana? Otherwise, it's targeted and discriminatory. In terms of foreign other regions, I know just those who are here right now, that Habasha Kaiti is in the Volta region. Also, Brother Muhammad is there in Okosombo. We just have the Abibi Tumi Conference of Bibi Fahodia Festival in the Eastern region. That things are happening. I would just say that you would need to stay connected to those who are doing the work, because things are happening outside of our crowd. We've also discussed, this idea of self-reparations. We're not waiting on anyone, begging anybody for cash or anything else. That there are certain things that we can do for ourselves right now, and that's how we're framing repatriation as self-reparations. In terms of the question from the sister in the back about the coalition, what are the processes or minutes being taken, how those outside can be involved. So for me, I'm not a part of the coalition. The coalition is a specific group of dues-paying organizations, but they reached out and I did, quite a bit of the drafting and so forth. So members those who are on and had input into it, who are not part of the Universal Diaspora Coalition, those discussions about how those who are not even part of that can be a part of it. I became part of it because somebody sent me the Zoom link. I don't know if feasibly every single person in here can be sent a Zoom link, but I can say that we can establish processes where this type of information that's already been printed out, people can give feedback and send it to all those who you see up here, and we can incorporate. That was part of even having an open town hall meeting, over 300 people online, plus all those who came in person, was to get that type of feedback, and we did get some of that, but those lines of communication are open. I'm supposed to stand up right at the end of my conversation. So,
you should have stood up at the beginning.
I could have stood up, but my wife didn't prompt me. I'll take full responsibility. I'm not looking over at her. I should always have my eyes on my wife.
You must have really messed up. He did fine.
I'm just trying to really do good. So in terms of the action plan that we plan on meeting this evening, you know, as soon as possible to incorporate some of these things in terms of what is sent to the government, the non-page document that already included some of the points. I would suggest that it is sent to them before Monday. They're gonna start working on Monday, and they're gonna start saying, and this was discussed in the meeting, they're gonna start rolling back stuff before we even give them an official statement to say, oh yeah, we already of our own volition and goodwill decided on such and such, but really it's because of the massive effect of those of us coming together as organizations, the coalition door.
Clap for yourself. Clap. Thank you.
Everybody, all of us coming back is the reason why within how many hours this thing that they said as though it was something non-negotiable, we took it to Macola Market and we said, to so please reduce the price. And now we're getting some negotiations and other.
But make sure we don't use the words I beg.
Yeah, we don't have to, everybody can. Right, but not just price, it's the principle of some of these other things as well. In terms of by when, like I said, by this evening, we want to do that. In terms of the designated negotiation team, those who have already been part of the process, if anybody maybe after come up and say, I am, you know, someone just asked who's a lawyer, somebody says, oh, I have a lot to contribute, such and such and such. I think that can be taken into account as it is now. Those who have had input will continue to have input.
There was a lawyer on the call. Do we have a lot of these?
Yeah, there was a, yes, Nana Crown is actually a lawyer, JD, and he kept saying according to legal standards and so forth. So we have representatives. If anybody else would like to be a part of that, then we can have that discussion as well.
Can I say if the African Hebrew Israelites of Jerusalem, if you would be interested in taking people's contact information back to the Diaspora Coalition direct to Nana Brenda, for anyone here, you would be that contact as one of the founding members of the Diaspora Coalition. Thank you.
All right. So that's in terms of designated negotiation. You know, I'm trying to go down the last things that we have. The formal meeting request that has already been written up, and again, we want to have that submitted by this evening. Publishing the resolution, it has been published and handed out here. The short version, the longer version is going to the government, supporting documents. And we can have a follow-up. We haven't discussed when the follow-up can be, but I would say even within a week, we should be able to report back to all the interested parties. So those are the questions that have come in, and those are the action points that we have to move forward. And again, if you can see Brother Ben, or for anybody who wants to have additional input or be a part of that, who's maybe not a part of Coalition, not part of AAAG, not part of Ghana Caribbean, you can join those, or you can say, as an independent person, I have a lot to contribute, and that can be taken into account.
Okay. Does anybody on the panel have anything? I'm not interested in y'all speaking, and I'll say that publicly.
I have something to say, family. So,
no, you're not coming into our program. See, this is no. You have to respect us. No, it's not about being late. It's about your behavior, and we're not having it in 2026. No, we are not having it. I'm sorry. And I'm speaking on it. You trying to sabotage this program. How many hours have we been working on this program?
I've sent people here.
No, I'm sorry.
I just want to explain why they're doing this.
You know what? In the spirit of unity, here's the mic. Here's the mic. No, give him the mic.
Hold on. I would like to say, so if the organizer of this says that questions are done and there's no more speaking, I think as a participant in the community, we should respect what the assistant has said because she's put in the work. And I think we would not disrespect her by deciding that what you have to say supersedes what the organizer has to say. So I'd like you to yield the floor and let us close out the way that it was said. I'd like you to have a seat because excuse me. So I think we've heard, and somebody asked earlier about a democratic process. I think we've heard that the majority of people have said no.
Okay, no, okay, I go. So, hello, people. Hello. I don't want him to speak, but I also don't want him to disrupt our program. So sometimes we have that cousin, we have that mother, we have that sister. Y'all, here's the mic. Say what you want to say.
No, let him talk. It doesn't.
Thank you.
But it doesn't hurt us.
2016 to 2024, we had no problem. The Ghana government gave us citizenship and in good grace. What happened in 2024? You had a new kid on the block. Minister of Interior came in and he resisted. He did not want us to have citizenship. To the point where Madam Kumi, who's chief director of the Ministry of Foreign Minister of Interior, she resigned because this guy said he does not want you guys, us guys, to get citizenship. He's ecstatic. So I'm sharing this with you. He didn't want the money. He's the same guy that charged $250,000 for you to invest in the country. It was him. So it's his input. That's why we're here. So you gotta address it. It's not President Muhammad. I just want to share that with you. These are hostile guys to what we're doing.
No one's saying that.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to say before you leave? Okay, thank you. You guys clap for him. He needed an audience. Clap for him. We're not having this division at 2026. We're moving forward. You said you had a question online.
Yeah, one question online. And also, Sister said she didn't want the mic, but she said in the future, this panel is beautiful, this gathering is beautiful, but she did want to, and 3 other people whispered in my ear, wanted to see more female representation on the panel. But we did want to acknowledge our floating panelists. If you look at the flyer, Akosua is one of the panelists, as well as the organizer, as well as the one dealing with the food and the water and everything else. So she was our floating official panelist, and we want to give her a round of applause.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, so the question online from Leroy Diaz, what about applications that were already submitted? How does this new development affect them? So, I don't know, what was the question? It sounds like some people may have, I don't know that there are new applications because the process doesn't open until tomorrow. So the same thing applies, refrain, was that the word we said? Refrain, stand down, and wait for further instructions.
Okay, here is what is coming through the unofficial and formal pipeline is that the government has already started to set aside some of the criteria. However, one of the things that we spoke about at the Diaspora Coalition is we would like it in writing. So if that, I believe that's one of the conditions, I don't want to say the conditions, one of the requests that we're making, that the government review, revise, and then let us know by recirculating what the new process would be if they were to consider some of our concerns. So again, these are our brothers and sisters. We live here. We find ourselves with the legal problem. One of them is long-standing problem because again, our request is that we have a seat at the table to be able to give input when these processes are being made. So one of our elders said we should consider us. And then those of us that are coming at, those of them, because I'm not in this group, that are coming at 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, what might their journey look like? And it's our responsibility to consider all. And it took a long time for the young people to start coming, but they're coming and they need equal support. We all know that it's difficult to live here and it's difficult to find work. That's difficult for more than 1 million young people that are unemployed in Ghana. They have a serious youth employment problem. So we can't reasonably come here and think that we're gonna find or even compete with our indigents who are looking for work. So we have to come with a unique kind of plan for our unique kind of experience. And so we want those criteria to also be able to speak to that demographic that is also coming. Okay.
All right, and then one thing I also, so this came up in the, So this came up in the discussion as well, that I looked at a precedent, so we had, I mentioned before, the Gandhi Must Fall campaign. In 2026, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs said that they were going to remove this hideous statue of Gandhi from campus. It was 2018 before they actually removed it. And one thing that we wanted to do is say, let's not jump the gun and say just because they walk from that there are certain things that need to be said and certain requests that need to be made, such as a permanent seat at any table, regardless of whether they walk back the DNA, regardless of whether they change the cost. Imagine they do these things, but because we are not seated at the table, and that's why we started the draft resolution with the power of we need y'all, which is when your hand is inside, they don't eat and leave you out, that our hand needs to be inside. It's inside where it comes to December, but where it comes to the policy making, our hand is put to the side, so that cannot stand. So these are some of the things that we don't want to say. One of the major tactics and strategies that we've seen with that and other things is the best way to diffuse your enemies or your contestants' energy is by agreeing to their demands. And then you just sit back and nothing has changed. People are congratulating us on removing the statue for 2 years, and we kept saying it's not removed yet, but they did exactly what they did in order to make everybody say, oh, we said in writing that such and such is gonna happen, but they had no intention of following up on that. So there are certain, requests that we're gonna put out regardless of what they do about DNA, about costs and so forth, because those things come from, they have an origin, and the origin is because you have taxation without representation. We can give money, but when it comes to actual decision making, we're nowhere to be found.
All right, 2 quick things. One, to the point of employment, there are 2 people who are on the door steering committee who are specifically working on the employment for people because of what Sister Okosu said. There should not be an expectation that people who are already struggling to employ their own Ghanaian-born citizens will absorb an entire class of people looking for jobs. So for those of you who already have the door flyer or the decade of our repatriation, when you sign up or you text the number I gave earlier, if you're interested in the employment piece or coming in on any of that, the psychology, the spirituality, all those things, that's there. The second thing is we can't end without acknowledging some of our traditional rulers who are in the house. So I'd like you to stand, please. We have some traditional rulers who have joined us. We want to acknowledge them.
Good evening, family. I'm Nana Kosua. I'm sorry, because I'm Nana Kua, for Tubiaba, and I'm Kosohimia for Afro.
The panelists are already know.
No, now there's additional names.
Okay, oh, sorry. Traditional names.
Traditional names. And brother.
Thank you. Oh, okay. All right, and here we have.
Everybody say that in South.
Anyone else, please? We want to acknowledge everybody.
Okay, because I always have to represent. I'm Nana Abusia Sewa Se Oyo the first, and my name Se Oyo, straight from Menship Palace. It means before she even thinks it, it's already done. Some people say my name means that as she think it, she will do it. But they corrected me and said, no, that's not the name we gave you. So when people correct you, say, no, that's not your name. Your name means, as so far as I think it is done. So thank you. And I'm Ejitsu Abanasi, which is in the Ashanti region. And I also go and ask, Ejitsu is the home of Ya Asante, one of the women. So I come from, I live from the school where all of the women are warriors. Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna close out with the group photo. Who is the person with a really, really good camera? Person. Yes. Okay. All right. Double duty. All right. So if you all could gather in for the group photo. Yeah, I was telling them. Sorry. Please gather in for the photo.
Jump in here. I'm an honorary handler.
Don't jump in, be in. Y'all see the women that's in, the anchor is holding it up? Oh, that's holding it live.
Balance.
Okay, and then,
How many wives can you have?
and I think there's some.
So one more picture, please. Okay. On three, Baco, Mienu, Mienza.
Say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. So can we have everyone come up and join us for our group picture?
Please join for the group photo, everyone. This is history, and the way that we get people to know and pay attention to the importance of what's happening today is we have to show that we showed up in numbers.
I want to thank the participating organizations, the executive board and board of directors for the African American Association of Ghana. We want to thank the Ghana Caribbean Association. We want to thank the African People Israelites of Jerusalem. We want to thank Yazid Muhammad. We want to thank Habit Shah. We want to thank the Rastafari Council of Ghana. We want to thank the Ghana Caribbean Association. We want to thank Aditi Toure. Also, some of us are going to be getting ready to go to Burkina Faso for the Cultural Week in April. Right now, you need a Ghanaian passport. If you have, I believe, a Trinidadian passport, you're good. If you have a Jamaican passport, you may be good. It's in April 3rd week.
All right, while people are gathering in for the photo, please, everybody in the back, please. It's important that you come and be a part of history. We have a quick announcement while we're all gathering in for the photo.
Okay, thank you very much. Coming March 12 to the 14th, there is a total African theater performance, The Slaves by Mohammed bin Abdullah at the School of Performing Arts, and I'd like to invite all of you to come and watch the play. It is titled The Slaves by Mohammed bin Abdullah. It's a total African theater performance. There is going to be a convention of our African stories, storytelling, dance, and musical orchestra. So we like and invite everybody to come to the watch. The 12th to the 14th of March.
I'm sorry, you said there's a theatrical performance. When and where? What day?
12 to the 14th of March.
Okay.
12 to the 14th of March.
That February 12th to the 14th. I'll go. One of the takeaways and the action steps that we're working on is doing a unified diaspora calendar so that if you have events, we can try to support as many events as we can. So that's coming through the pipeline. There's also a program on February 27th at the Friday, February 27th at the W.E.B. Du Bois Center. This is sponsored by Asante Radio, Ghana Tourism, W.E.B. Du Bois Foundation, the African American Association of Ghana, and I'm also going to add Ghana Caribbean Association. Many people forget that Du Bois is actually from the Caribbean, so many of our leaders have been. So February 27th, say that date. Okay, I'm done talking.
4, 3, 4, 2, One.
Black power.
That's right. I gotta get everybody here.
What does Habibi to me mean?
You know, Habibi to me, y'all say black power. You know, the answer. Habibi to me, black. To me, black.
One more time. So you raise your finger to me, black power.
Turn around.
Are you saying Black Panther?
Okay. Is yours video or photo, Paula?
10 second countdown.
Okay.
So my lovely wife.
I want you guys to post these photos today, park and why it's history. We commemorated the 100th Black History Month. This was an excellent way for us to start just the dialogue. Let it not be the only occasion we come together. All right?
So please continue the photo, keep on the video so we can do that again. In 3, 2, watch your fingers. So open those.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 3.
Habibi to me, black. Habibi to me, black. Habibi to me, black.
Because I can't hold my.
Back at it, the black land awakens with our backs off the mattress and attacking the players. Train with our brains, where no patterns can take that. Ain't waiting no payments, early after the payback. Dust off the rifle, cause the mission ain't done yet. Hands a little tired, but still no rest for the gun sweat. Perfecting the aim with each pull of the trigger. Miss right, we shift sights and pulling it quicker. We logging the chop logs till our power is up. The war just went live, now get them followers up. Don't have your browsers get stuck dormant all up in the comments. If it ain't raising performance, I'm sure it's training informants. Code of Kemet, restore fragments. Cross the atlas, force like stack magnets. To pull back the blackness, keep a sharp backs, hard callous, and deep talents. Black power, return, rebuild, and rebalance. Black power, black power, black power. That's what we want, what we want. Black power, cause that's the aim, that's the aim. Black power, and that won't change, that won't change. Black power, a BB2, a BB2. Black power, that's what we want, what we want. Black power, cause that's the aim. Black power, and that won't change. Black power, a BB2. Remember every crime and dime, drop our snitches and traitors. Every room that got raided as a dish for the gators. Strange fruits still hang when they sent to the cages. They gon' taste this bitter crop, watch them switch up their faces. We ain't chasing clicks, cause our drops go medicinal. Detox the code, no scroll, scripts physical. Drain the cesspool, the lies that go viral. Unplug the algorithm and blues, let's go vital. The black gold standard is when black folks stand up. Control our black gold, show that flagpole banner till we off what they hand us. Cause we strong with the hammers and we all in Kentucky's crossing all the parameters. This a call from the graveyards to all the brave hearts. The great who ain't afraid to hate what ain't ours. The cause over applause, yeah, that's the trade-off. Give it to me, black power, that's the trademark. Black power, that's what we want, what we want. Black power, cause that's the aim, that's the aim. Black power, and that won't change, that won't change. Black power, a BB2, a BB2. Black power, that's what we want, that's what we want. Black power, cause that's the aim. Black power, and that won't change. Black power, a BB2, a BB2 me.
Vision so black, Farfina in my mirror. Sun on my skin, make the empire clearer. Kente rap tight, showcase in the breeze. Gold on my wrist, I move how I please. So I'm in the filler, tilted on the side. Cruising in the Tonka with that royal stride. Palm wine spilling, but the linen still clean. Carries on my locks, you know what that mean. It's that black land flex, baby don't forget. Black land living where the sun never sets. Dance with the drummers, the ground gon' shake. If they ain't, bring the Jolo, I'm raising the stakes. We black on the black land. We back and we black on the black land. We black on the black land. We back and we black on the black land. We back All my queens drape regal, fabrics on shine. Kings with the vision, legacy on time. We don't move small, we building the great. From the soil to the sky, yeah, we building in eights. Palm trees dancing when the bass line hit. Drums call the spirit, can you feel that lift? Purpose in the pocket, wealth in the song. Black land forever, the empire strong. It's that black land flex, baby don't forget. Black land living where the sun never sets. Dance with the drummers, the ground gon' shake. If they ain't bring the Joel off, I'm raising the stakes. We black on the black land. We back and we black on the black land. We black on the black land. We back and we black on the black land. We back. We back. No clowns here on plantation lounge chairs. We still kicking out folks that ain't from round here. Taking back the ground, you ready and agree. Not hanging out in spots, Nana Harriet would leave. It's that black land flex, baby don't forget. Black land living where the sun never sets. Dance with the drummers, the ground gon' shake. If they ain't bring the Joel off, I'm raising the stakes. We black on the black land. We back and we black on the black land. We black on the black land. We back and we black on the black land. We back. We back and we black on the black land. We back.
Don't follow no fools when you know it ain't true. Don't follow no fool when you know it ain't true. Ain't worth keeping it cool when you know it ain't true. If the crowd act foolish, they crown it wisdom. World turn lunatic, they lay down the system. Sick minds call it illness health. Now that's fiction, the one who knows self is wealth. Now that's wisdom, see a madman wildin', don't echo his past. Step in the shoes of lost souls, you inherit the wrath. So for me and for you and for everybody near, lost ones drive crooked, don't let them stare. Don't follow no fools when you know it ain't true. Ain't worth keeping it cool when you know it ain't true. Don't follow no fool when you know it ain't true. And worth keeping it cool when you know it ain't true. If the globe crazy, don't join that choir. Don't dive in that pond, they spawn a new liar. Stay away from knuckleheads, fools alike. Move with every step, keeping truth in sight. If you witness what's broken, don't co-sign wrong. Align with fools or repeat dumb lines from their song. We don't join the monkey running wild through the bush. We don't mimic madness when the crowd say hush. So for me and for you and for everybody near, lost ones drive crooked, don't let them stare. Don't follow no fool when you know it ain't true. Ain't worth keeping it cool when you know it ain't true. Don't follow no fools when you know it ain't true. Ain't worth keeping it cool when you know it ain't true. If you walk with the frauds, better watch your heel. High ground show who fake, you can spot who real. When they stamp lies clean, better check that seal. They make it look smooth, but it lack that feel. Those counterfeit crowns can't bless that mind. They gold-plated liars, better test that shine. So for me and for you and for everybody near, lost ones drive crooked, don't let them stare. Don't follow no fools when you know it ain't true. Ain't worth keeping it cool when you know it ain't true. Don't follow no fools when you know it ain't true. Ain't worth keeping it cool when you know it ain't true.
again. Make him it black again. Our ancestors' voices by the wind, their work unfinished, it must begin. Fields of gold and rivers wide, their dreams are ours, we won't divide. We'll rebuild with hands that know what was stolen will regrow. We are the fire, the unbroken chain. We are the healers of ancient pain. Make him it black again. Make him it black again. Balance sways but never falls. Hear the drums in the temple halls. What was ours will rise anew. Under the sun, the black land grew.
So you say our ancestors weak like we don't remember. You should read the record, check the ledger. How the blazing chemists split invaders forever. But you know better, you don't know the measure. The stench crossed Tahiti, we made the tide red. Drums on the shore, heads going line sleds. Some ran home hollow, some swung from their neck. Now you got your palms open begging for a check. What? No repair, no lies, no escape. We prepare, can't hide from the fade. Ain't no deck getting clear when it floods. Only check I take is in blood. No repair, no lies, no escape. We prepare, can't hide from the fade. Ain't no deck getting clear when it floods. Only check I take is in blood. They weigh the chains on our neck like tally cargo. Lied about sales, it was Steph, no barcode. Spirit too strong, couldn't drown in no hole. No coin, killing by with the marrow still holds. Armor is ancestry, voice is the drum. Pride ain't for purchase, no matter the sum. No plaque, no payment, rewrites what's done. We the proof, living ink, prophecy sung. 1 million cash won't cover the pain. 10 billion stash won't recover the slain. Don't cut me a check, that's fraud disguise. What I want gonna cost some lives. No repair, no lies, no escape. We prepare, can't hide from the fade. Ain't no deck getting clear when it floods. Only check I take is in blood. No repair, no lies, no escape. We prepare, can't hide from the fade. Ain't no deck getting clear when it floods. Only check I take is in blood.
When you know it. I see the band as a chance, the lingo sounding the same. When it's time to do the lifting, wish your skin in the games, feeling the same. All talk, a dimmer in flame. Revolution ain't the logos when you live in the rain. Fake bonds, digital, pixel deconviction. Frail connection, disconnecting real conditions. Like we gon' eat, but where's the table, where's the dishes? I'm hammering foundations, not posting new petitions. I love my people, but I'm tight on who I call we. Fraud links gon' bend when they in all heat. You RBG on weekends, we been RBG all week. Make that all strong, either so or you don't eat. All I'm saying is what the proof's been proven. This motion don't mean nothing if the roots ain't moving. I'm done with hollow noise and the symbolistic movement. You call it revolution, I just call it home improvement. If you ain't got skin in it, you ain't in it. Talk loud, but we don't hear no spirit. If you don't build black, then you build gimmicks. If you ain't got skin in it, you ain't in it. If you ain't got skin in it, you ain't in it. Talk loud, but we don't hear no spirit. If you don't build black, then you build gimmicks. If you ain't got skin in it, you ain't in it. I seen purpose turn profit, and profits start to stunt. Got visions on their tongue, but greed inside they front. They traded legacy for likes, and spirit for a blunt. Money, ego, sex, that's triple threat gon' do the hunt. My temple ain't a timeline, my circle built from seed. We speak with ancestors, confirmations, and the creed. I'm chiseling my lineage, engraving all I'm doing. Ain't debating with no crackers and no chocolate covered coons. I bleed patience, mix logic with the spirit of the drum. Every nail I drove in place was pulled from where I'm from. You rapping revolution, I'm restoring what was done. I don't need applause, I'ma need the structure to be one. I study how we fell, now I'm fluent in repair. Every verse a low bearing beam, each line of answers there. We raising behavior, not waking sleepers for the cred. Too many talking heads, yeah, they woke and go to bed. If you ain't got skin in it, you ain't in it. Talk loud, but we don't hear no spirit. If you don't build black, then you build gimmicks. If you ain't got skin in it, you ain't in it. If you ain't got skin in it, you ain't in it. Talk loud, but we don't hear no spirit. If you don't build black, then you build gimmicks. If you ain't got skin in it, you ain't in it. 50 and 60 annual Black Power Convention at the Marriott, buying Nikes to March. Running back and forth to Staples for the Sharpies, Home Depot for the billboard signs. Then hitting up the happy hour afterwards. That time financing our enemies is running backwards. Keeping crackers safe. This ain't real Black Power. If you don't build black, then you build gimmicks. If you ain't got skin in it, you ain't in it. If you ain't got skin in it, you ain't in it. I see the band as a chance, the lingo sounding the same. I see the band as a chance, the lingo sounding the same. When it's time to do the...
Is it you? I saw you at the bar, first round on you. Palm wine flowing, eyes shining too. Is it you? Sandalwood breeze, mango butter skin. Dark chocolate glow, where do I begin? Is it you? Could this be true? Could you walk with me? And I'll walk with you. Is it you? I feel the bond of our bloodlines near. Your family, my family, harmony clear. Is it you? Could this be true? Could you walk with me? And I'll walk with you. Got the vision, brick by brick building, got the mission. You could scroll for likes, I'd rather build for life. These seeds in the ground, I got the water right. Talk's cheap this time for sweat to show. These long nights, they feed what I sow. No sleep, I still got miles to go. Moving down where my words gon' show. Every hour got rhythm and aim. Every step, I got skin in the game. I've been feeling that pull, it's overdue. This is gonna prove what power can do. I got work to do, yeah. Moves to make, no time to lose. Can't hit the brakes, talk's cool, but I'm making proof. Step by step, move by move. I got work to do, I got moves to make. What's the use of rights and that's it? There's no pathway after passage. We need spaces made to stand, built to last by our own hands. This ain't hustle, this design, carved from those who held the line. This ain't someday, ain't no luck.
Footsteps echo through time, their voices roots in an ancient rhyme. What was left still calls our name. The answers are here and they are the same. Go back and get what's left behind. Sankofa, wisdom intertwined. The past ain't gone, it's a guide. Sankofa, ancestors provide. Stories carved in the windswept stones. All our victories are sacred tones. We walk their roads and we call them our own. Feathers in the wind, the echoes sing. Time to be about what we say we are. No more chasing shadows, no more falling stars. Energy wasted, resources drained. Building the land of those who keep us chained. If we want black, let's mean black, not just words. It's time to act. Demonstration, no conversation. Walk the talk, no hesitation. Build it up, break it down. Time to be what we're about. We're about. Money in their pockets while we bleed dry. Spirit crushed under a borrowed sky. No more excuses, no more delay. If freedom's the goal, then start today. If we want change, let's be the fire. Fuel the dream, lift it higher. Demonstration, no conversation. Walk the talk, no hesitation. Build it up, break the down. Time to be.
Back at it, the black land awakens with our backs off the mattress and attacking the pavements. Retrain where our brains went, no patterns can take that. Ain't waiting on payments, we after the payback. Dust off the rifle cause the mission ain't done yet. Hands a little tired but still no rest for the gun sweat. Perfecting the aim with each pull of the trigger. Miss right, we shift sights and pulling it quicker. We logging the chop logs till our power is up. The war just went live, now get them followers up. Don't have your browsers get stuck dormant all up in the comments. If it ain't raising performance, I'm sure it's training informants. Code of Kemet, restore fragments. Cross the atlas, force like stack magnets. To pull back the blackness, keep a sharp backs, hard callous, and deep talents. Black power, return, rebuild, and rebalance. Black power, black power, black power. That's what we want, what we want. Black power, cause that's the aim, that's the aim. Black power, and that won't change, that won't change. Black power, a BB2, a BB2. Black power, that's what we want, what we want. Black power, cause that's the aim, that's the aim. Black power, and that won't change. Black power, a BB2. Remember every crime and dime, drop our snitches and traitors. Every womb that got raided as a dish for the gators. Strange fruits still hang when they sent to the cages. They gon' taste this bitter crop, watch them switch up their faces. We ain't chasing clicks, cause our drops go medicinal. Detox the code, no scroll, scripts physical. Drain the cesspool, the lies that go viral. Unplug the algorithm and blues, let's go vital. The black gold standard is when black folks stand up. Control our black gold, show that flagpole banner till we off what they hand us. Cause we strong with the hammers and we all in Kentucky, crossing all up parentheras. This a call from the graveyards to all the brave hearts. The great who ain't afraid to hate what ain't ours. The cause over applause, yeah, that's the trade-off. Give it to me, black power, that's the trademark. Black power, that's what we want, what we want. Black power, cause that's the aim, that's the aim. Black power, and that won't change, that won't change. Black power, a BB2, a BB2. Black power, that's what we want, that's what we want. Black power, cause that's the aim. Black power, and that won't change.